with the excursion into legal theory that the Leader of the Opposition sought to go into. And I promise you I'll be respectful, but you know there's that saying that a little learning can sometimes be a dangerous thing. You see, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is in law grounded on our proclamation and declaration of sovereignty. And what the Leader of the Opposition and those people who support that simplistic view that we can't do this and we can't do that, they forget the purpose and intent of the very chamber that we are in, sir. Because in section 48 of our Constitution, it says that the Parliament of Barbados shall make laws for the peace, order, and good government of our country. So I begin to deal with the argument that we can't revoke the independence order and we can't do this and we can't do that by first saying we are sovereign and we can. But if you want legal authority for it, look at section 48 of the Constitution, which says that this Parliament, is to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Barbados. That's what it says. Now, sir, there are some people who somehow, I don't know how they manage it, they seem to have come to grips with the notion that we somehow have the power to declare that we are a republic, but in their mind, they don't see the roadmap to how we get there. So the opposition has no difficulty with us becoming a republic, but his problem is the roadmap. I've sat in meetings, sir, and one of the opposition's appointees to another place has said, "You're all doing it the wrong way. You're doing it the wrong way." And we ask him, "What's the right way?" We give him an opportunity to provide a legal opinion to establish for us what his thinking of the right way is. We haven't seen a word yet. Now, sir, for what it is worth, and for those people who believe that we cannot amend the independence order, and just to recapitulate, the argument by the Leader of the Opposition, or the argument that he chose to repeat, is that the Barbados Constitution is a schedule to the 1966 independence order. And the basic principle is that if you repeal the order, then all of the constituent parts of the order fall with it. All of them. It makes sense. If there's a roof on a house and you demolish the roof, you demolish the house too. But it would be helpful if the proponents of that argument look simply at Clause 4 of the Amendment Constitution, sir. Remember that Parliament is the it is the lawmaking body of the land. We can make any law as long as it's consistent with the Constitution. And when you look at Clause 4, and let me say that, if you look at Trinidad did more or less the same thing, except that instead of amending the Constitution, Trinidad threw the whole old one and enacted a new one. We're not doing that. We're doing half of that. They revoked the independence order, and then they put a new constitution in place. And that's what they wanted to do. That suited them. We're not there. But what we have provided in section 4.1, and remember this is our Parliament. We can pass any law. And section 4.1 says, the independence order is revoked. Now, there are people who argue that we can't even do that, but I'll spare a minute on that in a moment. The independence order is revoked. But this Parliament, sir, goes on to say, but the revocation of that order shall not affect the validity of the Constitution settled in the schedule to that order. Now, sir, this lawmaking body has the full power to revoke the order and at the same time say, notwithstanding that we're revoking the order, we are keeping this. We're revoking the order. It has no place here. Done with that. But the schedule we are keeping. So we say we revoke the order, but the revocation does not affect the schedule. It doesn't affect the validity of the Constitution. We say, and this, sir, is the lawmaking body of this country. But if that wasn't enough, sir, we go on in 4.2 to say that the Constitution referred to in subsection 1 shall be altered in accordance with the provisions of section 49 thereof in the manner and to the extent set out in this act. The important words are coming now, sir. And on the appointed day, the Constitution as so altered shall become the Constitution and supreme law of Barbados. This Parliament is enacting it, sir. We are saying we are revoking the independence order. The revocation thereof does not affect the validity of the Constitution. And then we go on to say that the Constitution, as we amend it now, shall, as from the appointed day, become the Constitution and the supreme law of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition can choose to have no regard for my thoughts. There are people who up and down this country went saying that the Prime Minister ain't got no LEC. But what they cannot deny, sir, is the language of the act that we are passing today. And this act, the language of the act, never mind all the fancy legal talk about if you get rid of the order, the schedule falls, all that, sir. We're not disputing any of that. But what we are doing, sir, is taking it up and saying this we are keeping, and as from the appointed day, this shall be the Constitution and the supreme law of Barbados. So all of those things, all that fancy legal reasoning, and he got lost when he was reading the section with Guyana and so on, none of it, at no time, has the Leader of the Opposition referred to what we are passing today in this chamber. Which, so long as it passes here and in the other place with the requisite majority, becomes the law of the land. We are a sovereign state. But you see, sir, what has some of his friends, the problem they have, sir, is that they can't seem to come to grips with the notion that there comes a time when a country that says it was sovereign since 1966 could risk the chance of cutting the umbilical cord between us and the monarchy. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why there are some who would feel that the Barbados Labour Party, this administration, is looking to take our country on some perilous journey. I don't understand it. The fearmongers, the scaremongers, and then when they can't find a reason to frighten the people of Barbados, who ain't paying on the mind, but they say, oh, well, they're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. But they can't tell you how we should do it right. But let me school the member who leads the opposition. The independence order was made pursuant to something called the Independence Act, passed by the UK Parliament, sir. And that act said, among other things, that on the appointed day, sir, Barbados Independence Act of 1966, pursuant to which the order was made by Her Majesty, it says, on and after 30th November 1966, in this act referred to as the appointed day, Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom shall have no responsibility for the government of Barbados. Their parliament that says so, not ours. They say that on that day they shall have no responsibility for the government of Barbados, and they want to get and argue about if we doing it the right way or the wrong way. They go on to say, no act of Parliament of the UK passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to Barbados as part of its law. And on or after the appointed day, the provisions of the schedule will have effect. So, sir, the UK Parliament is saying after 30th of November, we can't pass any law which has any force in Barbados. So let me work this out, sir. Let's work it out, because it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. They say that we can't revoke, and if we revoke, we can't save. Well, somebody got to be able to do it. So if we can't do it, it can't be Japan. It will have to be England. But England in their law say that after 30th of November, we cannot pass any law in relation to you. So is the argument then, if England can't do it and we can't do it, who could do it? No, this is a jurisprudential vacuum that the law does not recognize. Because, sir, remember, in the Grenada Revolution, when they argued that they had no constitution and all kind of thing, the court found that there was something called the doctrine of necessity, which says the law does not accept the vacuum. But the other side wants to see some kind of, it isn't there, sir. There is no vacuum, it's a pretend vacuum. But if your head is empty, then you would see vacuum anywhere. And I don't mean the leader of the opposition, I just mean the people who advise him to take us down this empty path. Mr. Speaker, the Independence Act says, 1966, that the Parliament of Barbados can alter any of its provisions. And what that means, sir, and they're going to say that alter means revoke and amend and all kinds of things. And therefore, if you can do it with the act, you can do it with the schedule. That's all we've done, sir. That's all we've done. But to satisfy some wrong-thinking people, we figured, look, let's get some independent views. And we, as far as we're concerned, went to the finest legal minds in the region, and the finest legal minds in the region confirmed, if I had any doubt, I had none, but they confirmed that we were on solid legal footing to do what we were doing, sir. But even if you get rid of all the legal theory, I asked the leader of the opposition only to look at clauses 4.1 and 4.2, because this is our parliament. And Mr. Speaker, if we can't do it, then tell me who can. This is not doing jurisprudence now. This is now plain common sense. I am satisfied that the law allows us to revoke the independence order, to declare that part of it is valid, and to pluck it up from the dust and say, we are passing this as from the appointed day as our constitution and as our supreme law. Because we are sovereign states, sir. I have a softer side that most members in this chamber have not had the pleasure of seeing. Sir, and that softer side involves a little poetry every now and again, sir. And a man named Hilton A. Vaughan, sir. And long ago, he wrote a poem that, when I read it, it moves me to tears, Because he wrote that poem for such a time as this, if only you will recognize it, sir. His poem is called To the Unborn Leader. You who may come 100 years after our troubled bones are dust, far-seeing statesmen born to lead and worthiest of the people's trust. Turn these few pages in that hour when by dark doubts you are assailed. When by dark doubts you are assailed, like now, of what it boasts to shape their power, read what we won and where we failed. And barb the word with wisdom fit, and build, oh build, where we but dream. Expose, undo, repair, extend. That's what we're doing here today, sir. Expose, undo, repair, extend, as you, O Master, best may deem. But whatsoe'er of ours you keep, whatever fades or disappears, above all else we send you this, the flaming faith of these first years. Very few of us were around when people went to England to negotiate our independence. It is a little known fact, sir. And while we pay homage to people who we say negotiated our independence, history tells us that in fact they used a standard form. So there really wasn't that much to negotiate. You pick a word here, move a word there. None of us would have been around to help to create a Barbados. And we are fortunate enough today, sir, to be able to do it. But for those who are timid, for those who lack the courage, and for those who want to hide behind their absence of courage and claim that we're doing it wrong, be man enough to come somewhere and tell us what is the right way. For those who want to hide behind some imaginary legal technicalities, admit that it is nothing more than a ploy to try to put pebbles in the way of people who are following the path of Hilton Vaughan. But we will not be deterred, sir. You know, I approved about 400 weddings in the last few weeks. I do not think there's a single bride who look at his, a single groom who look at his bride and said to her, "Oh, it's COVID. This is not a good time to get married." Not one. They say it's COVID, let me get married, don't cause it cheap. The world over, people are making decisions about expanding, about retracting, about moving on to a better day. Nobody's saying, this is not a good time because we go. Why is it not a good time? What about COVID stops Barbados from saying the time has come to choose a Bajan as our leader, sir? What has that to do with SARS COVID-19? I can't see. I can't see it. It does not compute in my small mind. It doesn't. But what computes in my small mind, sir, is the fact that on the 25th of May this year, I was elected by the people of St. Joseph. They chose me to be their representative, as they chose all of us. And I only say the 25th because I happened to do it 2 or 3 days before you. And I went,
I don't
sir.
remember, you mean 2018, not this year.
2018. And I went, sir, and I took an oath before the Governor General, and it said, "I, Dale Dermont Marshall, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God." I have never seen Queen Elizabeth, sir. I have come within touching distance probably of one of her or 2 of her heirs. And I may even have met them. One of the many million people that they meet every year. And our judges, sir, our judges went, we just appointed 7 new judges, and they went up to swear before the Governor General. I do swear that I will well and truly, what, sir? At least I got to say, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance. But hear what our judges say. I will well and truly serve our sovereign lady Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, in the office of Judge of the High Court. That's what our judges went and swear, sir. They're not dispensing justice any place in England. They're dispensing it here. But instead of choosing, instead of being able to say, I pledge to serve the people of Barbados, they pledge to serve Her Majesty, or Sovereign Majesty, sir. And there's somebody who could tell me that we shouldn't change that now because of COVID. You know, sir, Simeon McIntosh, a brilliant West Indian professor of law, he argued, yes, we became independent, all of us became independent, and we've made our way, and we do this, and we do that, and we do the next thing. But he argued that there were two vestigial things that were needed before we could fully claim to have severed our colonial relationship with England. Two things, sir. He said one was our relationship with the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, where we look to England, people who only ever come down here on holiday in a short pants and hang out in Sandy Lane to dispense justice for people in Checker Hall and Horse Hill. That's what we were doing, sir. That's one of the vestigial relationships. And the other one, sir, is the Crown. And we were brave enough, when we were last in government, to get rid of the first one. So we have said we will be the masters of our judicial fate, even though we swear to serve our sovereign lady. We got rid of that one, sir. So following Simeon McIntosh's argument, there's only one left. There's only one left. And that one, sir, is our relationship with the Crown. You know, none of us get to choose our parents. But for as long as Barbados has this umbilical cord connecting us with the monarchy, sir, we don't even get to choose who is our executive. We don't even get to do that. Because in our constitution, the executive, the ultimate executive power is in the Governor General, who is the representative of the Queen, sir. Sir, I probably took up too much of my time dealing with the emotional side. Let me talk about what is here before us. All that we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is amending the Constitution to the extent that it is necessary to achieve that singular purpose. Bringing home our Constitution, making our head of state a Barbadian. That's what's at the center of it. You can't do one without the other, sir. And this bill only goes so far. Now, there's some who argue, oh, this isn't a good time. Don't know when will be a good time, sir. Oh, you shouldn't do it halfway. You should do all now. Well, we've said we will get to that next year. We're not saying we're not going to get to it. We're saying we will get to it, and we've committed to get to it next year. In fact, the Constitution that we propose to come with is largely a finished draft that's been with us for 2 decades. But for this point in time, sir, we are only making enough changes to the Constitution as will allow us to bring home, truly bring home the person who is our head of state. Now, sir, you know, we've had somebody who felt that they were powerful enough to run for the presidency of the United Nations. A former Governor General, Dame Nita. She ran for the presidency of the United Nations. We've had Sir George Allen heading PAHO. We have Barbadians who could do almost anything, anywhere in the world. Now, how is it possible, sir, that we could feel good that a Bajan could seek to be the head of the United Nations, but she can't seek to be head of the country that birthed her. So that's all we're doing today, sir. We are making a Barbadian the head of the country, and I can say, because of the agreement on both sides, of the country that birthed her. We're going no further. We admit and accept that there are other amendments that need to be made, and we've said, look, in the point, amending. Next year, we will come with a whole new constitution. We will have all the necessary consultations from every rum shop to every library to every church hall. We've said so. That is going to happen. But it's not happening now. All we're doing is dealing with one part, those things that are necessary to meet the promise that we made to the people of this country, not last month. Because there's some who say, man, you're pushing it down my throats. Push it? What? What are you talking about? It was announced in the throne speech September last year. So you've known for a whole year. When the Barbadian leaders went to England to negotiate our independence, sir, they went in July of 1966. And we were independent November 30th. August, September, October, November, 4 months. They went in July and we were independent 4 months later. September last year in the throne speech, the Governor General announced we were going republic before November of the following year. 12, 13, 14 months, sir. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition has very kindly and generously agreed to a joint nomination of the Governor General. In Trinidad, when they took this step, sir, they proposed that the Governor General, whoever served as Governor General, then will automatically become Governor General. Will automatically become President. We've taken a higher road. And we want our first Governor General to be the beneficiary, sir, of an embrace from both sides of the aisle. We want our new president, sir, to be acclaimed not by act of parliament, but by choice of the people's representatives. And in this constitution, in this amendment constitution, sir, we have made provisions at section 14 for a process of election. Happily, we're able to say to the country that we have a joint nominee, and therefore some of the provisions that are here will not be relevant, but section 14 of the amendment bill, sir, deals with what we would do in a case like this. In as much as we have a joint nominee, or in as much as we intend to have a joint nominee, because until the law is passed, there is no such thing. When that happens, sir, at a date set by the Speaker, Your Worship, Your Highness. It doesn't suit you, sir. No, sir, it doesn't suit you at all. Not at all. You, sir, would summon both houses to meet, and you would put the question to them whether the individual jointly nominated meets the acclaim of both chambers. We provide here, sir, that if anybody objects, each chamber would repair to their place of sitting, and they will then have to vote. We have provided in this instance and for future instances where there has to be a vote, the vote has to meet the threshold of a 2/3 majority of each house. Now that is a really tall order, sir, because we've had the Senate defeating some of our bills. So in a situation where you set that high threshold, it isn't that you're putting it beyond reach, but you're establishing a value system. A value system which says with a high threshold like that has to be met in both chambers, you have to dig deep to find a candidate that both sides can agree on. And so we do it understanding that sometimes it will be easy and sometimes it will be difficult, Mr. Speaker, but government has never promised anybody an easy run. Lord knows this administration has found that to be the case. We haven't had an easy run from day one. So this won't be anything new to us. But future parliaments will have to be able to dig deep because no single party may dominate a chamber in the way in which we do the lower house. So we have a 2/3 majority, and it will call for us to put aside the worst parts of our nature and draw on the best, but I believe that it will be, in the end, the best for everyone. Mr. Speaker, what is found in this bill is in large measure a repetition of what is in the Constitution. But in some instances, it wasn't just an easy case of saying, let's find and replace, let's go to every governor general and put president. We couldn't do it that way. There are some cases where we had to simply re-express the clause. And one of the places that I want to touch on very quickly, because I don't know how much time I have left.
Not very much time.
Not very much.
That's correct.
Is the issue of executive authority, sir. And by the way, in our early iterations of the bill, in our early public discussions, we were speaking of an electoral college, which was the term used by the Ford Commission in their report. And people felt that it was going to be the same kind of electoral college as in the US and all kind of thing. And that somehow fed into the idea that a president in Barbados, because they've been elected by an electoral college, will have the same kinds of powers as in the US. Not so, sir. The current constitution of Barbados says that the executive authority of this country shall vest in the Governor General. That's what the current constitution says. But nobody ever worries that the Governor General would be a despot and would try to wield all kinds of power across this country, perhaps because somehow they figure that the Queen would restrain them, notwithstanding the provisions of the Independence Act. And now in this amendment, sir, we've provided that the executive authority of Barbados shall vest in the President, and even though the language is the same, people are uncomfortable. Let me just say, sir, that the powers of the President will be coterminous with the current powers of the Governor General. So we will not have, in any sense, a president as the United States has a president who has executive authority. The provision in the Constitution that exists now will be replicated together with all of the conditions and checks and balances. The fact is that even though our current Constitution says that the Governor General exercises our executive authority, it also goes on to say that she must exercise it in accordance with the directions of her ministers. And that is the big fetter on the powers of the Governor General, and that modus operandi will continue. All across the rest of the Constitution, sir, the rest of this amendment, we are just replacing provisions that exist now with appropriate provisions in relation to the presidency. But there are some things that are obvious. So the Royal Barbados Police Force will stop being called the Royal Barbados Police Force because it will no longer be the police force of the Queen. And it will be the police force of our country. And so, Cabinet has agreed, and this Constitution provides that the Royal Barbados Police Force will become the Barbados Police Service. That is what it will be called. And there are two elements to this. One, we had to get rid of the Royal anyway. But two, and I say this as Attorney General, the police force as it is now and as we want it to be in the future has to be more than the notion of brute strength, a force pushing against people and pushing against objects. Because policing has long ago stopped being centered on brawn and force. And therefore, as we build out a police force dealing with IT and cybercrime and money laundering, a whole set of things which have nothing to do with your ability to kick and cuff and defend yourself, we recognize that the concept of a police service is more in keeping with the modern image of our police officers. And as we go through this process, there are going to be statutes that need to be changed. They can't all be changed now, so we had to provide a mechanism for how we change them. Otherwise, sir, you would virtually have to have a whole sitting or 10 sittings making amendments to every single piece of legislation that mentions the Governor General or the Royal this or the Royal that and so on. That's an impractical thing. So in this amendment bill, we provide that the president can, by order, over the period of the next 3 years, so we don't have to come back to Parliament, over the period of the next 3 years, the president, sir, acting on the advice of her ministers, will make amendments to all of the other pieces of legislation and regulations and rules where the Governor General is referred to and the concept of the crown, when in truth and in fact we want to refer to a president and the concept of the state. Mr. Speaker, I have overstepped my bounds, I know. This, sir, is a seminal moment. And, you know, when you're doing the right thing, you can never do it too soon. My regret is that in 1966, our leaders at the time did not take us to this place. But there are deep-seated reasons why they couldn't. I remember well when former Prime Minister Arthur, now deceased, was in government, and he broached the idea of a republic. There were people in our society who railed against it. Oh, it will destroy this, it will destroy that, it will destroy everything. We will stop getting British tourists. As if a man can decide that our son and son any different because we now have a president instead of a governor general. A lot of fanciful stuff, sir. And now I'm happy to say that many of those people are now real Bajans, I believe, and recognize the symbology and the importance of what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, this amendment, as I said, only deals with the necessary things. A lot of it is I hate to say it, but it is to repeat what is currently the law. But for drafting reasons, rather than saying move president and move governor general, put president, we had to repeat what the arrangements are. The one new thing, though, if you will permit me, sir, under the current arrangements, the concept of a removal of a governor general is something that doesn't arise. That is in the hands of the Prime Minister. We are taking the removal of a governor general, of a president, out of the hands of the Prime Minister. And sir, this is, you know, you really got to be courageous to do some of the things we've done. We have taken the power of appointment of judges out of the hands of the Prime Minister and effectively put it in the hands of a judicial selection committee. We are now taking the appointment and removal of a governor general out of the hands of a Prime Minister and putting it in the hands of Parliament, of the state. And so in order, under this amendment, sir, because they will be appointing a governor general for a fixed term. President. Under this arrangement, because you'll be removing a president who when appointed will have a 4-year term, but eligible for reappointment, we have to put special arrangements in place. No longer can the Prime Minister send a note verbal and say, please remove so-and-so, we want to appoint somebody else. There's a process for the removal. So a head of state, the president, will either die, term expire, or have to be removed in certain specified circumstances, perhaps because of inability to perform their duties, illness, mental health.
I remember we can start to wind up.
Yes, sir. But the removal of the president is set out clearly in this bill. They met 2/3 of each house must feel that individual, if being removed for cause, that there's good reason for their removal. Then it goes to a special review committee made up of eminent judges, only one of which will be from Barbados. All the rest have to be from in the Commonwealth, and including the CCJ. And then once that body investigates and reports, it comes back to the 2 chambers, each of which would have to vote to remove the president by a 2/3 majority. So, sir, we're whittling down bit by bit a lot of the powers that our Prime Minister used to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor last week to move the first reading. I have the honor this week to speak in support of this bill and hopefully to assuage some of the fears of those people who feel that we are treading on treacherous constitutional ground. Read section 4.1 and section 4.2 and you will see the legal basis on which we are operating. I am proud, sir, to be in a chamber that is brave enough, no matter how difficult it is, sir, to do exactly what Hilton Vaughan exhorted when he wrote this poem back in the 60s. He exhorted a generation of Barbadians yet unborn to undo, to expose, to amend, to correct as our circumstances see fit. I am proud to be in a party. I am proud to be in a government that has the courage to take such an important step, no matter what may assail us at this time, sir. I support this bill.
Edmund. Yeah. Honorary member for St. James North. Yeah. Yeah. He's in here.
What will surely be one of the most significant debates of my parliamentary career. I have always been a lifelong Republican in terms of Barbados having republic status for the last 25 years or so. I clamored for it. In the late 1990s, when I thought we were moving towards this status, I would have written a treatise on it, which would have been published in one of our daily newspapers. And part of it was quoted, in fact, in a book, Constitutional Reform of the Caribbean, written by the late Professor Simeon McIntosh, who the learned Attorney General just cited and spoke of. Today is a proud day in the history of Barbados, sir. The Honorable Member for St. Joseph spoke about the legal basis of this constitutional amendment bill. I will speak a bit more towards the historical basis of it and the philosophical basis of what we are doing today. Presently, the head of state of Barbados has been settled, sir, by a British Act of Parliament passed in 1701, over 300 years ago, by virtue of which the House of Windsor will rule as royalty over the United Kingdom and consequently, sir, over Barbados. This is not something that we as a nation, independent now for 55 years, ought to be proud of. This day is long in coming. Our transition to republic status, sir, would be the culmination of our country's progression through emancipation, through universal adult suffrage in the early 1950s, Act of 1950, sir, through internal self-government, then the Bush experiment in 1954, and then internal self-government a few years after, through independence, sir, in 1966, naming about 10 national heroes in 1998, and the removal of the British Privy Council as our final court of appeal to a Caribbean Court of Justice in, I think it was 2005. In addition, sir, the removal of Lord Nelson less than a year ago, we can't forget that as well. It's part of our coming together as a nation, sir, as proud people of an independent Barbados, sir. Barbados was never grant aided. We are right now ineligible for concessionary loans from international financial institutions, such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, as a result of the overall standard of living of our people. So England, the United Kingdom, has not given us anything. We stand on our own feet. our own 2 feet as a people, as we have done for decades, proud members of an international community, equal to everyone, sir, and better in terms of our intellect, in terms of our resilience, in terms of our development than most, sir, including many of the developed countries in the world. We have no special international trade relations as a result of being a monarchy or having the Queen of England as our head of state. That stopped way back in 1994, sir. And even a few years before that, we were moving towards removal of the preferential treatment that we used to have in terms of the UK market and the European market as a consequence for our sugar and our other commodities. So we get no benefit whatsoever from being a monarchy, from being a country that recognizes the Queen of England as its head of state. So there's no economic value in continuing as a monarchy. In fact, sir, as the Honorable Attorney General said, it is something that really and truly ought to have happened in 1966, although I well understand why it couldn't be so. We will remain a member of the British Commonwealth, sir, with the Queen of England as titular head, as all former British colonies are still members of the British Commonwealth, except 1 or 2 that from time to time might be expelled. And there are 54 members of the Commonwealth. 30 of those 54 members of the Commonwealth are republics. So more than half of the countries that were British colonies are republics. We are in a minority at the present time. And in fact, most of those 30 countries became republics on independence. That was not so with our fellow Caribbean countries that are now republics. The Republic of Guyana, of course, and that of Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica, became republics after their independence, as well as, of course, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. But there are only 15 countries globally that have the British monarchy as their head of state. Most of them are fellow CARICOM countries, represented by a local governor general. Out of the 54 countries in the Commonwealth, British Commonwealth, 7 have their own monarchy, sir. And it is extremely important, sir, that we move towards republic status, that we become a republic, as has been named on the 30th of November this year. It will be an act of self-determination, of political independence, both as a country and as individuals. Anyone, sir, who has examined the role of the British monarchy in slavery cannot seriously and conscientiously be against what we're doing today. I know that my colleague, the Honorable Member for St. Michael East, has on many occasions spoken about this role, both inside and outside of Parliament, the role of the British monarchy in the greatest international crime of the history of this world, the transportation of slaves, black people from Africa to the Caribbean, sir, including Barbados, into slavery as property, as chattel of others, sir, and Barbados being, quote unquote, the perfect slave society, sir, until the abolition of slavery. This is something, sir, that we need to be rid of, that we needed to be rid of long time ago. The monarchy of England used to give letters patents to individuals and to companies, the East India Company and all of those, to transport goods from England to Africa and then slaves from Africa to the Caribbean. So the British monarchy itself owned slaves and sugar plantations. And the history of the plantation slave society, of which relatives of the monarchy, in fact, the first cousin of this present Queen, La Salle's, is well documented in many books by Sir Hilary Beckles, including Britain's Black Death, which I am, in fact, presently reading. And this is part of what it has been to be a monarchy and to have the Queen of England recognized as our head of state. It is something that ought to have been changed decades ago, sir, and quite frankly, it is one of the only challenges that I had with the last Barbados Labour Party administration, that cold feet was obviously entered into, and the then Prime Minister, the late Right Honourable Owen Arthur, didn't go through with the issue. First, by talking about a referendum, which I am extremely happy this government, this cabinet did not agree to go with, because we don't need a referendum for this, sir. This is something that the overwhelming majority of Barbadians, way back in the late 1990s, when we had this Constitutional Reform Commission, better known as the Sir Henry Ford Commission, sir, spoke and presented before it. So I went to quite a few of those meetings here in Barbados, but that commission also would have held town hall meetings in the diaspora, in England, in Canada, in the United States. It would have taken 265 oral and written presentations, and the vast majority of people then, as the vast majority of people now, sir, because we have progressed, agreed that Barbados needed to rid itself of the monarchical system and have its own president, sir. Born Barbadian, sir, or in the case of this constitutional amendment, sir, a Barbadian by descent. And as I said, sir, there is never a wrong time to do the right thing. So those apologists who are talking about this is not the right time and we dealing with economic challenges and a health pandemic, sir, really and truly, sir, ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I quite frankly, sir, I'm ashamed of the Democratic Labour Party and its leadership for the stance they have taken, saying that we are not ready for this and we shouldn't be going into republic status at this time, sir. When the Ford Commission evidence speaks to the fact that on the 17th of November 1997, a meeting was held with the Commission at the Democratic Labour Party auditorium with then members of Parliament, in fact, then leader of the opposition, David Thompson, now the late David Thompson, who, of course, or the late Right Honourable David Thompson, who, of course, went on to become Prime Minister of Barbados, the late Sir Branford Tate, as he became, by the time he died, he was then a Member of Parliament, sir. Joseph Tudor, who was then a Member of Parliament under the Democratic Labour Party, sir, and Marjorie Lashley, who was a leader of the Democratic Labour Party Women's League. And the Democratic Labour Party at that time, as well, they ought to agreed unconditionally that Barbados should become a republic, sir. That was almost 25 years ago, 24 years ago. And that is in keeping, in fact, with the philosophy of the founder member of the Democratic Labour Party, the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, who said that we should not be satellites of anyone, said that on us becoming independent, sir. And he also said that we should not loiter on colonial steps. And this is something that we have continued to do for 55 years after independence, and which we will no longer do after the 30th of November this year. The British monarchy, sir, is not about who we are in terms of our culture, in terms of our values, in terms of our hopes, in terms of our aspirations as a people. It is an undemocratic, hereditary system of class-structured privilege, sir, and tradition, something that is anti-everything that we, as a government of Barbados and as a people, ought to stand for. Now, sir, the United Kingdom, Great Britain can keep their monarchy, sir, and will never, in my opinion, get rid of it, sir. And any visit to England will show you why. Because you just have to tour all the towers of London and all the palaces, etc., and you see the billions of dollars a year that the British government earns from the monarchy and from royalty and from people visiting these places based on tradition and privilege of a house of Windsor, sir, to understand why England would want to keep the monarchy, sir. But that has nothing to do with Barbados, sir. We have to move and progress as a nation state, and we have to continue to earn self-respect and honor and identity and dignity in this world as we have done, sir, because of the standard of our human resources and the people who we have produced. This change, this transition, sir, to republic status will entail absolutely no alteration to the present relationship of our various arms of government or to our international relations. Our relations with countries will remain the same. Our president will have merely ceremonial powers as the Governor General, as representative of Cream has right now. And those who seek to create fear in the hearts of people about how, we would become a banana republic and we would have bloodshed. We've had 6 transitions of government from the time we had universal adult suffrage. 6. From the Barbados Labour Party to the Democratic Labour Party, from the Democratic Labour Party to the Barbados Labour Party. Not an inch of blood has been shed, sir, by the people of this country. Life goes on, life continues. I heard someone commenting on a call-in program about how the Prime Minister or the President through the Prime Minister would be able to postpone elections. Elections will continue to be constitutionally due in 2023 as it is right now. Absolutely no change. So this fear-mongering by those who ought to know better is something that, quite frankly, we do not need. And there's some things that an opposition should be able to join together with a government, recognizing that in principle it is the best for the country. The last Prime Minister of Barbados, under the Democratic Labour Party, declared in 2016 that he wanted to take Barbados to republic status. Now, I knew that he wasn't really serious about doing that, even though he might have, and I have no doubt, understood that Barbados needed to go to republic, but he clearly didn't have any intention, because we had just come out of 40 hours of debate of the estimates. He didn't mention it then. He mentioned it Sunday after that at a DLP branch meeting. And of course, he would have required the agreement of the Barbados then opposition party, or 14 members of parliament at the time, because you need 2/3 majority for this change. And he never wrote any of us asking for support. He never wrote then Leader of the Opposition, now Honorable Prime Minister, asking for support. So he wasn't serious about that, sir. But that is the Democratic Party for you. But at least he agreed in principle that Barbados ought to have been a republic and no longer a monarchy of England. We will no longer, sir, have a situation where the Queen of England has to give consent to the Prime Minister's choice or recommendation for Governor General, sir, or where a Governor General has to get the consent of the Queen of England to travel or where to travel, sir. We will not have a situation as we have now where the Honorable Prime Minister has to get consent of the Queen of England for her appointment as ambassador or as high commissioners, or where members of the local council, the Mercy Committee, have to be signed off on by the Queen of England. So we're a sovereign state, sir, and all of this, quite frankly, is a stain on our independence and on our nations. But sir, it's nothing to do with the individual, sir. There are some who say that Queen Elizabeth II is a good woman, sir, fine woman, and we should wait until she's no longer Queen of England. This is nothing personal against the Queen of England, sir. I've never met her, sir. As far as I know, yes, she may be a fine lady, sir. I mean, if you have all of that wealth and privilege, there's no reason why you should not be a nice person. But the issue is what the monarchy and royalty stands for. And the historical relationship of the monarchy of England to the majority people of Barbados. It is one of shame. It is one which circumscribes the greatest crime of world history, sir. And it is high time that we move to a different status whereby a Barbadian child born today can aspire to be head of state of this country. Sir, finally, I speak about the oath of office, sir, and the changes which will be made in the oath shown to by individuals, by constitutional officials such as the Honorable Prime Minister and, of course, cabinet ministers, judges, members of parliament, sir. This change is extremely important, sir. And I will confess, sir, on 2 occasions, I swore allegiance, as I had to be able to become a member of parliament, to the Queen, her heirs and successors, sir. It stands, sir, on those 2 occasions, in 2013 and in 2018, as perhaps the most hypocritical acts that I have ever done in my life, sir. I always wanted to be a member of parliament, and I really and truly hope that by the time I became one, I would not have had to swear that oath. So I went in there before the Governor General on the first occasion. I think it was late February. It was either late February or early March 2013, and I said I can mumble this thing through, sir. Then, of course, when my colleague opposition MPs had to say this very clearly, sir, I realized I was in real problems, sir, that I had to speak this very clearly, and I did, sir. And it is not something, quite frankly, that I'm proud to have done, sir. I traveled all over the world in my individual capacity, sir, to many international law conferences when I was a member, and in fact, an officer of a committee of the International Bar Association, and you used to meet Africans, for example, and when you speak about constitution, sir, and you tell, and they ask you, well, what kind of constitutional system you have, who is your head of state, and you say, well, we are monarchy, and invariably they will say, oh, so you have your own king, and you have to tell them that the Queen of England is the Queen of Barbados. So it's not something that you can be proud of, sir. And I give all commendations to the Honorable Prime Minister of this country for taking this bold step and saying that we have had enough foolishness in terms of our constitutional way of being, and that this will end this year, sir, and that we will no longer have the Queen of England as head of state of this country. And as the Honorable Attorney General said, sir, it will not stop one British tourist from coming to Barbados. Because again, that was certainly one of the arguments when the last Barbados Labour Party government spoke about moving towards republic status. You had people saying, no, it will stop British tourists from coming. The 37% of our tourist market that comes from England, sir, will not stop coming because we no longer recognize the Queen. We took down Lord Nelson last year, sir. Well, it hasn't made any difference as to whether any British person wants to come to Barbados. In fact, of course, more British people come to Barbados now than when we were a British colony. So, you know, these kind of arguments by apologists who ought to know better need to be addressed, sir. And the last issue that I will speak about, sir, is the issue of, by some people who say, why November 30th, sir, and how it will remove the legacy of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, sir. So this government doesn't want to, and in fact, even if it did, sir, cannot remove the legacy of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, one of our 10 national heroes, sir. In fact, made a national hero under the last Barbados Labour Party government, sir. He will always stand as one of the 3 or 4 most prominent national heroes of this country, together with the Right Excellent Sir Brantley, Herbert Adams, sir. I don't think anyone in their right minds could not have those 2 greats as national heroes and at the top of the ladder, sir. Right Excellent Errol Barrow is the only person in the history of Barbados who has a whole day for himself as a public holiday, sir. And this has nothing, sir, to do with the removal or any attempt to remove his legacy, sir. This has everything to do with the culmination, long overdue, of Barbados, a sovereign country, as a fully independent nation, sir, responsible for its own affairs, and a people full of self-respect, self-determination, confidence, honor, and dignity, standing as well we ought to among the top countries in the world in terms of socio-economic development, in terms of resilience, in terms of resistance, given the harsh historical background of which we have come out of. I'm deeply obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we are all conscious that this constitutional amendment, which among other things provides for Barbados to become a republic and to have a Barbadian head of state. I think we're all conscious that it is under discussion at a time when our people are living through many challenges. Challenges, if we're not careful, will cause many of us to only see the darker side of things. And when our people are anticipating that the multiplicity and complexity of challenges that we face should be fixed now, and if they're not all fixed now, then there's failure. It makes the situation seem a lot more hard for all of us to bear. If everything is not fixed now, when people want it, it means that nothing is happening in the minds of many of our people. And I start there, Mr. Speaker, because as we move around this country, I'm sure that I'm not the only one who is hearing questions like, how does a Republican status help us? How does that help me to put food in my fridge? What that got to do with me? And then we are also hearing uncertainty, which is clothed in suggestions that perhaps there is need for more discussion than the talk around this issue that has been had for more than 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, I submit that these responses should not surprise us. Not when from school age, our people see their working futures or are caused to see their working futures in terms of whether they will be employed or unemployed, whether they will be an employer or whether they will be an employee. Not when our system still enforces that there is a dominant class in our society. Dominant class not necessarily being planter class today, but dominant class meaning those who have and the rest of us who don't have. Not when this dominant class culture continues to shape our awareness of who we are. Not when our people continue to be disconnected still, in as much as we celebrate the riots and independence and whatever. Our people are still disconnected from their past, disconnected from where they are, and at best apathetic about their future. Yet, the history of independence was an important step, a very important step that was taken back in 1966. Independence, which was to usher in for our island a period of self-reliance. It was supposed to mean to us, all of us, that we would no longer have to be under the direct control of people thousands and thousands of miles away. A period which meant that the administration of our system of government, of our government, was to be the business of the people. It was to be we business. But in the near 55 years since independence, our people have had numerous conversations regarding whether becoming independent has taken us the full distance in achieving these objectives. Have we ushered in self-reliance? Have we been self-sufficient in managing our own affairs when we still have these colonial trappings that renders the Queen as our head of state in Barbados? Successive governments, BLP and DLP, have agreed on the need for us to become Republican, to have Republican status. And here we are, finally 2 months before that will actually be realized. And I stand feeling very proud. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that the union I come from, when it was only 25 years old, played a leading role, a major role in its support to bring about independence, to give us the opportunity democratically to determine who should represent us. I'm equally proud that at a time when that same union stands ready to celebrate its 80th birthday in just 6 days, that union, which is a direct product of the riots, a direct product of the Barbados Progressive League, sits in a position of leadership where it can support, but more so advocate for removing yet another layer, yet another trapping of our colonial system that seems to have us still enslaved. As the Honorable Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for Socioeconomic North East said, I am happy to be serving at a time when we are moving to close the circle. But Mr. Speaker, the question that will still remain in the minds of many when they wake up on the 1st of December 2021, the question that will still remain in the minds of many after we have achieved Republican status on the 30th of November would be, have we indeed lost the power of the colonial system? Yes, we would have achieved Republican status, but what about our mindsets? Where do we as individuals, or where would we as individuals stand on December 1st in relation to the colonial system in our minds? Whom will we be serving? What vision will we be as a people of Barbados that was independent for 55 years and that now has Republican status? What vision of ourselves would we have? What will it change? Will we be able to say with any conviction that the tradition of slavery still does not continue to shape who we are? Will we be able to say that and see it as evidence in how we view ourselves, the mirror image that we have of ourselves? Permit me to shift our focus, therefore, a little to an area that I might know something about. Labor. Barbados remains a wage-earning society, and by a wage-earning society, it means that most of us work to earn a living. Most of us are working for somebody. Therefore, when in practical terms, a worker still cannot practice democracy, 55 years after independence, and as we anticipate going to Republican status, how can that worker, who is a citizen, feel free? Mr. Speaker, very recently we were made aware of some of the positions and statements put out by companies that have been employing bullying tactics, as I would call, in the name of health and safety legislation to get people vaccinated. We all want people vaccinated. But as a country, at the level of our social partnership, we have determined that we will not be applying these tactics. But there are some who proceed as laws unto them own selves. Today, whilst this has not been the case in a unionized environment, or at least not to the extent that I am aware of, I can speak of one instance that was published very recently in our newspapers, where the Barbados Workers Union applied for recognition to allow it to be able to speak on behalf of that workers at that institution. For more than 9 months now, since December last year, and up to this day, recognition has not been confirmed. How can democracy thrive where our people are being denied their rights to organize, to bargain collectively, to speak for themselves on matters that impact them? As a former general secretary of that union put it, why does our system still allow for people to be kept as industrial slaves? Why does our system of independence still sees labor begging for industrial democracy through mandatory trade union recognition? Mr. Speaker, where dignity of work, especially in a society of wage earners, is denied, true freedom will not be felt, and true freedom cannot be expressed. Mr. Speaker, where is the dignity in work, rather? Where people might be able to find a job nowadays, the ones who are lucky. And in finding that job, they find themselves in a position where they cannot still support themselves to get a house, even do house repairs, let alone get a house. They can't support themselves to buy a car. They can't get NIS benefits, so they can't get sick leave if they take sick or end up in quarantine, for instance, and can go to work. Where is the dignity? Where is the progress? Where is the freedom? Where is the enfranchisement? These are the real feelings that our people have. Mr. Speaker, I am heartened that the government recognizes that the journey will not end for us on November 30th this year. My personal hope for Barbados is that each citizen will equally challenge himself, herself, regarding how she can move beyond independence. Above the moment that we attain Republican status, how can we move on to be truly free? In a very real way, COVID has occasioned for us a period of reset. Not only health reset as we boost our health systems, not only economic and social reset, but generally a period that we can reset our minds as well. Mr. Speaker, the time is now. Unlike previous speakers, I'm not going to suggest that I agree with it and no, it's not a good time. I believe that the time is now for us to set ourselves a roadmap, a compass, today in 2021 for a post-COVID economic growth and development. May we therefore affirm this through our system of education. May we affirm it within our workplaces. May we affirm it within our homes, within society as a whole, that our people are human beings and not objects towards a particular end. Our people are deserving of our true freedom, deserving of the right to see ourselves as important because we know our worth. Our labor is important. Seeing people as human beings, sir, causes us to connect with who they are, where they are at. It does not presume that they agree with us because we get it, and they don't. But may we all always keep in focus that the struggle for freedom is limited by a number of things. 3 of these things are our consciousness, our mindsets, our experiences, and our circumstances. And where these are not all equal, it means that our struggle for freedom will be different, seen in a different light. Mr. Speaker, may we therefore not let the occasion of our 55th commemoration of independence, the day this year that Barbados will achieve Republican status, may we not let it pass without us reaffirming our individual and our collective responsibility to ensure that in whatever way we can, that the consciousness, the practical day-to-day experiences and circumstances of our people equip us well enough to experience true freedom. This constitutional amendment takes us a step closer in that direction, and for that reason, I join with all the others who have supported it.
I member for Christchurch West.
Mr. Speaker, first, I too, like all of the other speakers before, certainly have to reflect on the seriousness and historic nature of this debate. Mr. Speaker, this debate is fundamental to our future as a people and as a nation. And you know, although I listened intently to all speakers before, and all of the legal concepts that the member for St. Michael West would have put forward, and the contrary arguments that the learned Attorney General put forward, it reminded me of a very, very simple statement that the late Sir Harold Bernard St. John once told me. And he said this, and I have told it to many people because I thought it worthy of sharing the idea. And he said, Parliament can do anything. It can go back in time. It can go forward in time. It can take away and it can give back. It can make the illegitimate legitimate. And you know of what I speak, Mr. Speaker. The only thing he said, and I always remember, that Parliament cannot do is to make a man a woman and a woman a man. But everything else, go back in time, go forward in time, make illegitimate legitimate, take away and give back. And this is one of those times that Parliament is going to exercise out of the bags of its abilities what it can do. And once this is passed, this Parliament will make Barbados a republic. A republic is something that we wanted to achieve for decades. For decades, this Parliament will now get the opportunity to do that. Because this, Mr. Speaker, is one of those moments. This is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for this Parliament to complete the work that was started. And I know everybody thinks of the work that was started at independence at 1966. And I understand that, and I understand the significance of it. But I go back a little bit further. I go back to adult suffrage. Because without adult suffrage, and without the opportunity for the masses to vote, irrespective of whether they had land, irrespective of whether they had any sort of position, and people got an opportunity to exercise their vote through adult suffrage. Without that, we couldn't have experienced any of the other benefits. And that opportunity at adult suffrage, and now the opportunity to end that vestige, to end that connection with the crown, and to make Barbados a republic, to me, is the ending and the full circle that we would have come. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when we think about it, Barbados was a colony for centuries. Centuries. 1627, 1727, 1827, all the way to 1966. Hundreds of years. And, Mr. Speaker, when this bill is assented to, when this bill is finally proclaimed by and at that time, she would still be a Governor General. It will probably be the last bill acclaimed or proclaimed by a Governor General. When this bill is acclaimed, it will change forever the trajectory. It will change forever the psyche. It will change forever how our people think of themselves. It will change forever because no longer will we have that linkage of knowing that, yes, we are a sovereign nation, but in case we have to do something, we still have to get the approval of the palace. In case we want to give an award, you still got to send it to the palace. In case, and let's be frank, a former member of this house, the former member for St. Michael South, had to wait before he could go to serve as ambassador in the United States for the palace to give approval. And people say nothing changes. Well, that will change. Because no longer for any decision that we make as a country or as a government will we have to seek approval from a palace. Now, I heard the Honorable Attorney General say that he has never met the Queen. He's met some of her progeny. I have met the Queen. I've seen the Queen many times. And I have met some of her progeny too. And it is sad, Mr. Speaker, that as a country, we have lived all of these years with nobody ever having the opportunity to become the head of state of this nation. Never had the opportunity. I could not have aspired to it. You could not have aspired to it. None of us in here could have aspired to be the head of state because the Constitution said that the head of state or her heirs and successors, of which we all had to swear to, would be the head of state of this nation. That's what the Constitution said, and we all had to live and abide by that. But after today, after this bold action of this government, after we sat and decided to follow a commission and an idea and a principle that decades and people after generation aspire to do, this Barbados Civil Party administration and this government decided, yes, this is the time to do it, and we shall do it, and we're doing it today. Now, Mr. Speaker, there will always be dissenting voices. There will always be dissenting voices. There's no question, and that's part of the democracy. You will have the pros, and you will have the cons. And dissenting voices, I heard very clearly. Some people believe this is not the time. But if, and I have to agree with the Prime Minister, if this is not the time, then when? You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you have to gain ground when you can seize it. And then you solidify, and then you move to the next stage. Now, I see this as one of those situations. Let us gain ground now that we can. Solidify the position, and then move to the next. Or for what other people often say, you know, sometimes you could bite off more than you could chew. So sometimes it's better to take a little nibble, masticate and digest, and then move to the next stage. Because sometimes you bite too much and it might choke you. And we wouldn't want that for this country. Some people say, if it's not broken, why fix it? Well, it might not be broken in their eyes. It might not be broken in their narrow eyes. But as a progressive nation and as a progressive country, it was broken in our eyes. And that is why we have to fix it now. Others say that we need to have the crown as a final check on political excesses. Well, what is that? Well, I heard people say this, but I was astounded to hear a learned person say something like that. Well, from 1966 to now, we have had transitions of governments and administrations, and yet still we've never had to rely on the crown to come and get involved in a political check or political crisis. We've never had it. We've had Governor General after Governor General, Prime Minister after Prime Minister, and we always settle and manage our affairs. Well, when we had the last hurricane, when we have the pandemic, whatever, you see the monarchy running down here to help us. Well, when last? They don't run to help us. We manage our affairs ourselves, and we've been doing it well. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. Which person does not? Which government does not? But you learn from your mistakes and you move on. You know, sometimes my wife looks at me and says, you know, you're always ready to make a decision. And I tell her, yes, you have to be prepared to make a decision, even if it is the wrong one. Because too many times, people cannot make a decision. And that's why the last administration failed. Because the then Prime Minister could not make a decision. He could not make a decision. And because he could not make a decision, the country faltered and floundered. Well, let me tell you, we have a Prime Minister that can make a decision. And decision after decision after decision. And her decision to come to Republic is supported by the country of Barbados. Is supported. Yes, they're going to have dissenting voices, but I would call them the usual suspects. Because they would dissent no matter what. If you say today is Tuesday, they will say, "You sure?" Because that is what dissenting voices do. Dissenting voices dissent. And they will find all sorts of reasons, all sorts of shenanigans I'm hearing. Because, you know what I call it? Throwing mud and see what stick. Throw mud and see what stick. But that will not deter us. That will not deter us. The Ford Commission, Mr. Speaker, and one of the reasons I had to speak. Sir Henry Ford, I have great respect for Sir Henry Ford. I came to public life representing a constituency that he represented for 30-something years, 31 years I think it was, 32 years, unbroken. A man of strength, a man of integrity, and a man that could make a decision. And, Mr. Speaker, his commission at Part 8.1.1, after he said there was overwhelming support and recommendation. Part 8.1.1, the recommendation of the Ford Commission is that the head of state of Barbados should be a president. And the reasons for this were given as it is allowing for a democratic choice of a head of state, not by the accident of birth. No more a queen, her heirs and successors, but a democratically elected head of state. It should be a person, the head of state should be a person who lives here with first allegiance to Barbados and reflects the values of a nation, of values as a nation. So somebody who understands the kind of people that we are, somebody who holds the values, somebody who understands the code that we live by. That is the kind of head of state that we want. Another reason was that despite being independent, we swear allegiance to the crown, and lands are crown lands, symbolic of a past era, and definitely do not represent the reality of Barbados. today. Mr. Speaker, you could not want anything clearer than that as to why we must move to a republic. We are a strong and resilient nation. We have shown that we can handle ourselves amongst the family of nations. Indeed, the Prime Minister just gave a speech at the United Nations. It was commended worldwide as a leader among leaders in this world at present. So the recommendations still hold true. And our system should be a parliamentary republic, giving the executive power to a cabinet headed by a prime minister. And the commission goes on to say, the advantage of this is that it replaces the monarch with an elected president while simultaneously retaining the present relationship between the formal head of state and the executive arm of government. And by the way, I need not make this a document of the House. The Fourth Commission has been a document of the House for decades, Mr. Speaker. And it is through this bill that we decide to do that today. You know, Mr. Speaker, this decision, this bill, this debate has been a long, long, long time in coming. But as I reflect, I think of the words of my late father, who died 30 years ago, and yet still his words are immortalized on me. The code he lived by and the guidance he gave. And he said to me, and I listened very carefully, and it's one of the codes I live by. Very simple. Anything worthwhile is worth waiting for. This country has waited and waited and waited. But after this bill is assented to, that wait will be over. Because what we know, what we have been waiting for, is most certainly worthwhile. Mr. Speaker, there was a reason in May of 2018 that the people of this country spoke with one voice and elected the Barbados Labour Party with all 30 seats. Not 29-1, not 28-2, not 26-4, not 25-5, not 20-10, all 30 seats. And there was a reason for that. The reason, Mr. Speaker, was to make wrong things right. To take us down a path that they could agree with. That path as enunciated by the Prime Minister when she was the leader of opposition. And the people of this country gave us an overwhelming mandate to take stock, redirect, and be bold. Be bold because we have given you the full and complete support. Do not be timid. Do not be aggressive, but don't be timid. Be prepared to make those tough decisions. Be prepared to take us on the path that we all knew where we had to go. Finish the circle and take us to where we needed to be. Take us to that promised land. Take us to becoming a republic for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, that confidence that the people reposed in the Barbados Labour Party has not been lost. We made a promise, and today we keep that promise of making Barbados a republic. The path that we have taken is the path that we must continue on, to continue to make us the best we can be. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I think of this debate, and I heard the Attorney General speak of a poem by Vaughan, somebody from the outside. But when I think of this debate, it took me back to a song by Dr. Anthony Gabby Carter. That song was, I don't know if those of you who, well, as I look around, I think everybody in here should know, based on the ages that I see. That song was the Miss Barbados song. As you would recall, that was when somebody who was not a Barbadian won a crown to represent Barbados in the Miss Universe competition. And that was an affront to the country. Because how could it be that somebody who was not a Barbadian was going to Miss Universe to represent Barbados? And that was an affront. And everybody was up in arms about it, so much so that a song was written. And I'm going to paraphrase that song a little bit. I can't sing, but I'm going to paraphrase, Mr. Speaker. The head of state must know about flying fish. The head of state must know about cuckoo dish. The head of state must know about breadfruit and everything so. Our head of state must know about Clement Payne. Our head of state must know about sugar cane. Our head of state must know about ackee tree. Our head of state must know about Sir Gary. And that is the essence of what we are trying to do. Our head of state must be of the people of Barbados, and for the people of Barbados, and from the people of Barbados. And that is the essence of being the people of Barbados. Not the people of Barbados, a subset of the United Kingdom. Not the people of Barbados, the former colony and all the history that goes with that. But the people of Barbados, a strong, proud, resilient, and determined nation led by a strong and determined leader. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I speak today to that little girl in bonnets who has just completed the 11 plus examination. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, she is now transitioning to secondary school. And she dreams that one day, she could be the head of state of the land of her birth. Well, once this bill is assented to, and once this bill passes this House and the other place, and once this becomes gazetted and accepted in our nation, for the first time after that, that dream could become a reality. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable member for St. Michael East. Your microphone is on, sir.
I'm a bit slow, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to hear the various perspectives that preceded me. But I am of different stock, not because I want to be, but I don't want to be academic. I don't want to be ideological. I want to be very pragmatic about this exercise today. And let me make it very clear. I am unequivocally supportive of this change, this constitutional change. I'm not a constitutionalist. I listen to all the arguments about ordering council and constitutions, but I also know other countries, in order to get where we are about to go, they use guns and bombs, and they got there, and they wrote the constitution thereafter. Because this is about our freedom. It is strange enough that these bodies, and therefore parents, who now form the manure that occupy the lands of Barbados, the oppressed, the children of the oppressed, could spend lots of time trying to determine if we are doing the right thing or the wrong thing. All across these lands, sir, there are bones and blood and bodies in every space on this land belongs to the black people of Africa. There can be no argument about any form of an advanced stage of our freedom and our democracy. And that is why I say to you, sir, I am from the nigger yard of yesterday, leaping from the master's whip and the shame of myself. So I understand that very well. That's Martin Carter, one of the greatest poets in the region. I heard my colleague spoke about Lester Vaughan. Hilton Vaughan, sorry. And then I heard one of my other colleagues spoke about the mighty Gabby. But I believe that one of the greatest poems that will help us to be grounded in who we are is those poems by Martin Carter. And I remember talking to my colleague, one of my colleagues, about reading the text by Martin Carter. Sir, there is also another important Caribbean writer, which speaks a lot about imperialism. We are all victims of imperialism. This country was the first slave site in the Western world. We formed the model for the entire Western world of about slavery and how slavery must function. The Lascelles, which is family to the individual to whom we speak, on the Bell Plantation. Drax owned Drax Hall, the richest man in the House of Assembly in England, out of the extracts of the wealth of Barbados and Jamaica. In other words, we are family, and I am not going to speak about this exclusively in relation to the sovereignty of Barbados, but this is an important plank in our freedom since this country was used to make sure we formulate all the laws that enslave us and stripped us of manhood and womanhood. You know how progressive thinkers in the Western world feel today to hear that Barbados, the pioneer in the exercise of slavery, not black people we got enslaved. But you get frightened when you believe that a modern educated Barbados, you can find the children of the ex-enslaved, then if God was an ex-slave, attempting to find some element that will stop the process from moving freely. I can't support that. This has been long awakening, and the moment is now. The objective conditions for success is now. Now. There's never been no better time. If there was a time before, it was control over men that had no courage. Because courage is fundamental here. Courage is fundamental. I have heard many prime ministers, B and D, spoke about the importance of reparations. You went around the entire country, all forms of consultation. Prior to all that consultation, you had great advocates Look, this is no 1966 change alone, extension. They had Moses Small of the UNIA, the Garveyite movement, in the forefront of the change. Some people call it self-government, some people call it independence, some people call it Republican status. They were talking about what we are doing now. And when they were struggling, they were not discussing anything in any house assembly, becoming part of what I heard a former prime minister call a special political class. This was a discussion on the ground. That is why I'm saying to you, I am speaking from the bowels of the ground in Barbados. To say that this discussion did not exist and that we must defer it for further discussion is a disrespect for the intellectual inputs that were in this country all during the 20th century. When Garvey said, "Where are your kings and queens?" what do you think he was referring to? What do you think he was referring to? He was saying that in the 1920s. When Moses Small said it, it was in the 1930s. How all of a sudden, some people on the Hill, not the progressive minds on the Hill, and some mischief makers, victims of the imperialist phobia, how all of a sudden they now start to talk about it, and all of a sudden the world that was speaking about it for all these years and talk about Republican status, these people don't exist or they never existed. This was a struggle not only in Barbados. This is a struggle that all African people who was inferiorized from the time they came here on the first ship, they were talking about their freedom and about having their own sovereignty. Nobody volunteered to be enslaved. No human being will say, "I want to be a slave," unless he's from the mental. It did not happen like that. So we were always fighting for freedom. We knew that we could not get it by one leap. That's why I tell you, I'm leaping from the oppressor's whip and the shame of myself. How you think the Haitian people become a republic? It had no constitutional debate. And when we got the constitutional debate, Dispelling said the word black, the first time the word black was enshrined in a constitution as a consequence of Dispelling. He's the only man that was bold enough to say, if you want to be Haitian, you got to be black. He was very, very clear on that. Nobody else had that courage. I wish we could say that too, but some of us believe that we will suffer, and you hear the same colonial argument begin to emerge again, sir. But the Haitians were so determined to enjoy what we are about to enjoy now, is that the Haitian fought off the Spanish, the British, and the French. But we're not together. With all the difficulties that they understood that they were likely to face, freedom was the primary interest. Freedom was the primary cause. They had all their difficulties after, but they were extremely clear. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to just argue that this is a right that we ought to have as a sovereign state. I am going to argue that this is a right that we must have as a race. Like it or not, as a race. That is what the struggle was all about. And because of fear, false premises are put on the table for discussion. We are fighting here to be disconnected from the oppressors who place white supremacy on the table as a form of dominance. You want to hear that in here neither. White supremacy. Because as a consequence of applying their ideology, they said that we were not human beings. Who were the people who formulated the documents, the legal instruments? Go to the museum and you will see that the Lassalles, along with the Drax family, were the people who draft the documents to determine how you must control a slave. Who was a slave? Other people of lighter complexion from Scotland and Ireland were considered indentured servants. We all in here are children of the enslaved. How can you at this stage feel that you should hail the oppressor? How can you think about hailing the British monarchy? The British monarchy must recognize that we are a civil period people. Or not, we would have done it differently long ago. When the Caribbean moved in the 1930s, St. Kitts could not do it alone. The ball started in St. Kitts. They did not do it alone. Barbados and Jamaica, across the region, we intensify the efforts of resistance in order to give people a sense of liberty and freedom and justice as well, sir. We have had moments, steps in history. Don't matter how slow they were, because Barbados, because of the influence of the very British, has always been very slow, having a gradualist approach because of both external influences and internal influences, not only the lack of a British education, which we received in 1833, a basic education, only concerned at that time with us being agricultural workers and unskilled workers, to use probably a modern term that sounds well. We're a slave. So you used to get, if you want to graduate from there, or if you want to look at the vertical mobility from the slave ship, you'll get a job inside the kitchen. So it was a big thing inside the kitchen, because they wear the old white woman clothes and the old pants, and you slave master. And you know, it was planned. It was planned. This is a time now where there's a call for the collective consciousness of a society. That is what today is all about. Not being victims of a divide and rule system that we had even in the 1960s, when the first dark-skinned looking people, light-skinned, brown-skinned mulattoes entered the banking systems in Barbados. What we want to do is to put all this to rest, sir. We want to put all this to rest and become a collective force, harmonious, homogeneous, in the sociological sense of the word. One people. So that when we talk about who we are, we will know who he is. God is this thing about who we are. Sometimes I don't know who he is. God is we. I don't know who this we. That's what I'm talking about, we. So when people generalize and put us in a wall box, I use it, the verb is here, right? So I see a society in which I will hope in the post 30th of November period, we will be doing all that we can through an intensive educational system and the amendment to laws to help us to reach a stage of national consciousness where we can speak in a genuine sense as Barbadians and as black people in Barbados. Because the other aspect of it, the racial divide, is yet to be resolved. I don't want to live, I am happy to be alive today, but I don't want to live for whatever period the master makes available to me. To live in a country where I always have to be cap in hand, begging other people that don't look like me. I don't want to live in that country. I know what happens. I don't know how we can escape it at this moment, but we have to work towards that. That's why I am pleased to be in a position in the government of Barbados to have to address the not only reparations, because that is an important aspect, and that's another step in our liberation efforts, that we at some point, that same family that we are now talking about, that people don't want me to make reference to, that family, after extracting all the wealth and contributing to the death of thousands of black African people, don't have the decency to say, I am sorry. So we know that there's a bigger fight if we are asking for some form of reparations. And don't allow the colonial confusion to make you believe that we are asking anybody for large sums of money. We are human beings and we are prepared to see that level of compensation come to us in many different forms. It can be through exchanges of students across universities in Europe and the Caribbean and Africa and wherever black people are in the diaspora, because I want us to, in fact, I'm hoping that as we look at the Constitution, that we begin to think in terms not of Barbadians within a given 166 square miles. I'm hoping that we begin to think of our people that had to leave this country in order to get some form of capital gains and go to the United States and England in order to feed the families after other people extract the wealth from here and fed the families in Europe. This is a breaking of the ties with Europe. That is what this is about. There was once a time when Africa met Europe, not in the most pleasant way, but on this occasion for me is the most important country in the Caribbean, breaking ties with England. And that's what the French, that's why Haiti had to do all of that. But I'm showing you the dangers of an imperialist system. Because after all that the Haitians went through, the Americans and the French still place an imposition on Haiti, the black people, to pay them for the very value of the human beings which they enslave. They calculate the worth of each person that they enslave and put it into the aggregate assets as claims for property. Property. That's what they did. They did it in Haiti. They've been doing it in Puerto Rico. Look what the Spanish and the Americans did in Cuba. So when we pass this hurdle, we are realists. We are realists. We know that when we pass this hurdle, imperialism, neocolonialism, whatever we call it, those people will still find means of trying to restrict the liberties and the democratic practices of small states, but we still have to keep on pressing on. I believe that there will come a time, sir, when collectively the Caribbean will be able to take up this fight for reparations. Reparations is important. If all of these things are meaningful to us, when we look back at the journey of history, from the struggles of the 1930s, the struggles that preceded the 1930s, the consciousness of people at the beginning of the 20th century, from Sylvester Williams coming through, the struggles that precede that as well, which we don't have to go into here, we will understand that we have not reached that consummate point where we throw our hands in the air and say we have been successful. Imperialism never gives way to weak states. They never compromise with weak states. Anytime you have a sovereignty in your metropole, it's only way, most of the time when they're given is when they're given to military battle. We can stand up on all the principles in the world, all the morality in the world. But at least if we can reach a level where we can agree, that we know who we are. I always used to say in here, long before this concept became common in here. And I can assure you, sir, that the concept was exposed clearly in this book called Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon also understands the psychological damage, the disorder that occur. And the disorder that occurs, sir, is that there are always persons who subconsciously become agents of the defense of imperialism. And they keep us constantly in confusion on how we must go forward. And that is the reason since 1960s, the Owen Arthur government, the Franklin Stewart government, I almost say a quasi-government, but that is the reason why, sir, these persons who might even express anti-colonial views never had the most important ingredient, the virtue of courage. If you had to talk to them based on ideological principles, they will agree with you. But they always believe, not a fantasy, but the fallacious argument that if you run into difficulty, you need the British crown. And I believe that arguments were advanced here today that was dismissive of that. These people, when they want money, they go in South Africa. Even if the atmosphere is hostile, in an apartheid system. They want money. They're going into the mines in South Africa. They want money. So you can't do anything talking about the conflict between the oppressed and the oppressor to run them anywhere. They walk through broken bottles and fires when they're in search of dollars and cents. And they worship the mighty dollar. So we have a lot of great principles, but you know that they have developed a philosophy to say money is the medium of exchange. So therefore, if we talk well, and they want to put some screws on you, whether it's at the international level or at the local level, they can do it if they have the currency. And all this, there's a form of education that we need to share with our people. Most of our people, because of colonial education, don't believe that these things are important to them. But we have to have young people, persons outside of the university, persons that still in the secondary system, discussing the importance of sovereignty. And they have to be able to understand, as I said more than once, history is nothing about dates. History is impregnated with so many other disciplines that if you really want to understand human existence, institutional development, and if you don't understand history, you cannot understand that, because you have to understand at specific times in life what caused people to behave in a specific way. And we should be proud that we don't have to flex any military muscle today. I don't know how many people think about that. The Cubans had to do that to get away from Batista. But then they fall into the hands of American imperialist oppression. And the Americans, after all that fight in 1958, the Americans still have a big prison on Guantanamo Bay on the sovereign lands of Cuba. So I just want you all to really understand all the dynamics in relation to where we are. Let us get over this hurdle today. Let us get over this hurdle today. I understand the program that you should have a lot of discussions on constitution and that the different public issues should help us to frame the constitution. But if we have to do it in an uncommon way, and it is necessary for us to get there, the major thing that is of importance today in our history is for us to cut ties with Europe, cut ties with Britain. We don't want to feel glorified by being a little England. We don't want to be guided exclusively. Sir, I was in a different place, well, in the same place, but in a different purpose. For a different purpose, me and the leader of the opposition. And I know that most of the people will say that this man seemed to be more disruptive than anything else. But I am not going to be enslaved by colonial foolishness. If I'm discussing something about criminal law, I'm not discussing civil law. I don't want to see the police around me when I'm discussing civil law. And that's how I am. That is how I am. We have to move forward. And this government, if there's one good thing, and you know what is better than anything that I have seen throughout the 20th century, many people, many leaders wanted to try it. Wanted to bring the constitutional change that will make us a republic. And when I got here on the House, on fire, the leader told me, hold on, Pressy. Let me speak. And when I thought that we were, all these discussions about the Ford Commission, when we came here, it was on the order paper, you know. It was on the order paper. That's why we are ahead of that time, because it went on the order paper. But when the discussion started, and the leader of the opposition and the same party then was talking about a referendum because they were making a political calculation that if we had the referendum and because of the lack of the required education on the ground, we were likely to be defeated in the referendum. They felt they should push that on us. And the then Prime Minister retreated. He said that he thought that based on all the discussions coming from the Ford Commission and the findings of the Commission, that the Barbadian people did not want a Republican form of government. I heard people saying that there was a specific area of Barbados that the people don't want to let go of the hands of Queen Elizabeth II. Some silly discussion was going on about if she is good looking, how tall she is, how pleasant she is. These are not things need to be romanticized. These are serious matters. It has nothing to do with contempt for anybody just because who you are, whether you have a white pigmentation or black, and unless we can speak on these things. I have friends that are all different shades and colors with enough ignorance in the heads too. But they're my friends. But they can't stop me from saying what I want to say. And a parliament must be made up of men and women who can share an honest view on any public matter under the sun, at home or abroad. We can speak on anything and express our views or how we feel. When I speak to...
Time to wind up, our member.
Thank you, sir. When I speak to academics who are responsible for helping me to understand things that we all consider to be esoteric, complex issues, they tell me this is a positive move. When I speak to the man in the street, they are of the opinion this is where we should go. They are not interested in whether it's COVID or anything like that. I haven't heard about say what a Republican thing, what it has to do with COVID. You don't know what this has got to do with COVID, right? Because if this moment presents us with the most favorable conditions for us to make sure we jump over this hurdle, we are not imposing anything on anybody. We are giving people in Barbados a sense of pride. And it is mirrored in the concept who we are. And when you have that kind of ethos forming part of your conscious spirit, that helps you to be far more productive, helps you to feel as though you're an integral part of anything that you do because you are a true Barbadian. So we produce. You don't want people to be driven exclusively by salaries, and you got to get a man to do something, and you got to get $300, you got to get $250, another man, he ain't doing it, he ain't care, unless he get $27,000 out of the state, even in the middle of COVID. Even in the middle of COVID. We will be governed if this is done right. And I agree with the view that we can have a debate. For me, this is urgency. You know. The debate on what changes we need in the Constitution can become what do I have to say? It can become an aggressive and a robust debate in the post-November the 30th period. There's nothing wrong with that. And when the time comes, you're going to see it is like many things that happened, rightfully said before. All kinds of debates before we moved Nelson. And nobody didn't understand why you're moving Nelson. You don't understand the psychological damage done to every little child that come up Broad Street and see that culprit. Nobody's children don't even know that has a man named Nelson there now. That is what we have done. For new generations, they don't have to worry about no Nelson. When you see Nelson back in our face and you coming up Broad Street, children asking questions about a statue or a monument that ought not to be their history. About who didn't even care anything about all the black faces that want to preserve it. And that is what this debate means to me, sir. I am extremely proud and grateful for the little 15
minutes?
the time you have given me, sir.
Check your watch the next time when you start.
But you know, this is not an expensive watch. So
just check it the next time. If you want me, I will buy a clock for you.
Thank you
a
very
clock
much.
for you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to at least say a few words on this important amendment to the Constitution.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, like many who have spoken before me, am very happy to be able to share in this debate at this time. A number of things have been mentioned in terms of what this bill proposes to do. I say proposes because the bill is not yet law. This bill, Mr. Speaker, this constitutional amendment proposes to, and it feels kind of funny saying this, but relocate the Constitution from the United Kingdom to Barbados, the Barbados Constitution. The bill proposes to do that. The bill also proposes to amend the oaths or the affirmations that are taken so that when I take an oath or a judge takes an oath or anybody in the next generation takes an oath, they're taking an oath to the rest of us as opposed to taking an oath to somebody who lives somewhere else. They are committing to this country and to its people. We also know that the proposed bill also speaks to the continuity of appointment so that there is no break. Everything continues in terms of those who have been selected, elected, whatever it is, chosen to serve this country. But I want for a few minutes to share on the fourth, well, I don't have it listed as the fourth, but a fourth point. And that is that this constitutional amendment, this proposed amendment, the bill before this honorable chamber, seeks to ensure that the one who is head of state of this country is one of us. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in this chamber because the people of St. Peter have asked me to be here. Well, I asked them for the opportunity to be here, and they have kindly consented and given me this privilege. And so today, Mr. Speaker, St. Peter, the only thing that is eternal, the only thing that is eternal is God. And I'm sure the honorable member for St. Michael West knows that. And as the honorable Prime Minister said this morning, this is a relay race. But the people of St. Peter also recognize that the evolution of history is also about a relay race. All of us have a part to play as history moves from one stage to another. And what I want to share is that the people of St. Peter recognize that in 1675, 50 years after this island was claimed for King James I, 50 years, just 50 years after this island was claimed for King James I. In 1675, the people of Barbados, and in particular the people of St. Peter, determined that their head of state should be one from among us. This debate is not a recent debate. This is not a 20th century debate. This debate is a 1675 debate. Because the enslaved people of Barbados back then said, we do not want this unjust imposition on us. We want to be able to choose one of us to lead us. And so the enslaved people of St. Peter devised a plan that was national in scope. The plan was not only for the enslaved people of St. Peter, but this was the first island-wide plan to remove, and as the honorable member for St. Michael East was indicating, it was not going to be by a vote, and it was not going to be by a referendum either. But the enslaved people of Barbados in 1675 determined that they had had enough of outside influence in terms of those who were determining what would happen in the country. They'd had enough of oppression, and they believed, they felt strongly enough that one of them should be the leader. And they decided, Mr. Speaker, that Kofi should be their leader. And so they planned that on the 12th of June, 1675, the plan would be executed. That Kofi would become King of Barbados, and that the tyrannical colonial power represented by the monarchy would be overthrown. Self-determination has always been a desire of the people of Barbados, from as early as the 1670s in this country. That plan was betrayed. It was betrayed by maybe a person in the category referred to by the honorable member for St. Michael East as one who had had some upward mobility. I personally don't hold it too much against her, because I recognize that even back then, a lot of psychological damage was happening. But Fortuna, who was also called Anna, betrayed the plan. The result of that betrayal was the execution, the brutal execution of many of those who were planning that revolution. And that brutal execution took the form of the beheading of persons, and it took the form of the burning of the bodies of those who were beheaded. It also took the form of burning some of those revolutionaries alive. After the burning, the flames would have been extinguished. But, Mr. Speaker, I submit to this honorable chamber that the passion for self-determination was not extinguished when those flames were extinguished. And in spite of the barbarity of the response of the representatives of the monarchy, in spite of the barbarity of the monarch's representatives, the people of Barbados in 1692 attempted to do something similar, an island-wide plan to overthrow the monarch and have one of our own as our leader. And we've had skirmishes, various activities, right up until 1816, when General Busser decided that he was going to take the baton. He and those he led, Nanny Gregg, all the others, including many from Boscobel in St. Peter, as history tells us, determined that they were not prepared to put up with rule from England, that they wanted self-determination. They wanted one of their own to be their leader. (1675) was a step, 1692 a step, 1816 a step. But, Mr. Speaker, none of these completed what was to have been done. These were all part of the process, the evolution of the historic process towards self-determination. 1834 came, 1838 came, emancipation, but the process was not complete because we were not in charge of our own destiny, even though we were told that we had some measure of freedom. 1937 came, the uprising by the people of Barbados, a popular uprising, a popular attempt at self-determination to overthrow an oppressive system. But 1937 did not complete the process. And I would just add here, Mr. Speaker, that in 1937, 4 of, I think, the 22 martyrs of that uprising were from St. Peter. 3 from Boscobel and 1 from Sherman's. A lot of St. Peter blood has been spilt on the journey to this point, that journey of self-determination. But St. Peter has known that this process was not complete. And so in 1942, J.T.C. Ramsey entered this honorable parliament, the lower house of parliament, the first tradesman to enter into the House of Parliament and to indicate that he believed that he had a right to determine his own destiny. He came into Parliament on his first day in Parliament in his overalls, not the suits that we feel we need, well, not we, that I feel I need to wear into this honorable chamber. But J.T.C. Ramsey came to this honorable chamber in a different location, dressed in his overalls, to signal his opposition to the existing order. And I think it is fortuitous. I don't know if it was planned, but I think it is fortuitous and appropriate that the statue of Busser, the Right Excellent Busser, is located in the JTC Ramsey circle. Because history is a continuum. But even after JTC Ramsey, representing the constituency of St. Peter, even after JTC Ramsey expressed that opposition to the existing order, the process was not complete. And when another representative from St. Peter, the now Right Excellent Sir Frank Leslie Walcott, became General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union and started to agitate against the established order, even then, the process was not complete. We were still tied to the British monarchy. And then we had 1949. Care and Our Husbands became the first black Speaker of the House of Assembly, representing the constituency of St. Peter. The first black Speaker, Mr. Speaker, of the House of Assembly. And even then, even when we had gone to the point where we could be managing the chamber, managing that organ that created the laws, even at that point, the process was not complete. And Mr. Speaker, as recently as the 1990s, where another representative for St. Peter, the late Right Honorable Owen Seymour Arthur, even in the 1990s, former Prime Minister Arthur was engaged in battles against the established order. We remember the Shipwrighter Agreement and the position he took. Self-determination is what was on his mind. We remember the fight against the OECD, because as far as he was concerned, nobody from outside of us should be dictating to us. And we have heard about his intention to do what we are now doing. He didn't do it. History will analyze, or will continue to analyze, why, if it was the right decision, the wrong decision. But like I said at the start, Mr. Speaker, I've come to this honorable chamber and to this debate to say that in the bowels of St. Peter, we understand from as early as the 1670s that this process is one that each of us must take up the mantle, take the baton on, and move the process forward. Self-determination is the aspiration of every right-thinking, respectable human being. Even children at the age of 2 and 3 want to do their own thing. It is a natural, built-in, it is inherent in the human spirit. We want to be able to chart our own destiny. We don't want to have, as we heard earlier, when we want to appoint an ambassador to the United States, we have to write. And we have to wait until the palace responds. Now, I don't know that any self-respecting country will want to be in that position. Self-determination, working out how we will move forward, how we will do it, that is what we intend for ourselves. That is what every child wants. That is what every adult wants. That is what every sovereign nation wants. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are a proud nation. We are a confident nation. But beside proud and confident, we are a nation of sensible, intelligent people. One of us is capable of leading the rest of us. many of us, many from St. Peter, like I said before, have lost their lives, spilt their blood, given of their energy in this process. As the Member of Parliament for St. Peter in 2021, I too have a responsibility as a part of this process. The time has come. And I still believe that when right is to be done, the time is right. The time is always right to do the right thing. We as a nation cannot in 2021 continue to, and to use the words of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, we cannot in 2021 continue to loiter on the premises of the colonial power after closing time. Mr. Speaker, closing time has gone long time. It is time for this country to cut its ties in the current situation with the monarchy. It is time for us to have one of our own leading us. As we attempt to close the circle, to use the illustration that has been used, I want to say to this honorable chamber that St. Peter stands strong, proud, and unapologetic in our support of this constitutional amendment, because we believe that one of us, we believe like Kofi and Tony in 1675, we believe like JTC Ramsey in the 40s, and Frank Leslie Walcott, and Kieran Doc Husbands, and Owen Arthur, we still believe that we have it within us to lead ourselves, to chart a path, to determine our destiny. And so, Mr. Speaker, we support this constitutional amendment. We support the actions of those who have gone before. We build on the legacy that we have inherited. We support the aspiration to have one of us lead the rest of us. I'm obliged to you.
St. James South. Yeah, you got that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm pleased to be able to join this debate and to share in this moment, because it is certainly a moment in history that we would all want to be a part of. As I listen to the Honourable Member for St. Peter, the message that he has brought to us tonight is that this fight did not start 55 years ago when we were seeking independence, but this fight had started long ago when we were enslaved, when our ancestors said that a situation of oppression, a situation in which a person cannot govern or manage himself or his affairs and to live like all other men is unacceptable, intolerable to us, and we will fight for that freedom. And so that fight has been a long fight. That means that Barbados has not addressed the issue of self-governance lightly, without thought. We have not addressed it from a point of view of rushing, not taking careful consideration. But this has been in our hearts, in our ancestors, and passed from generation to generation down to the people of Barbados this day, and certainly of the people in this Parliament. But what is the attitude, Mr. Speaker, of the UK to this situation of a person wanting independence? I took the time to take a look at what was the attitude of the British towards their overseas dependent territories, territories who decided that they did not even want independence. It wasn't that they were going for independence and just kept the crown as head of state. They did not even want it. Jonathan Allen, in 2018, shared a note on the attitude of the British to its dependent territories. He said, very briefly, where the people of a territory choose to remain British, we, the UK, will continue to carry out all our responsibilities towards them. He says, our aim is that territories are to be internally self-governing. Now, why are they saying that? Because they recognize that it is time for territories to take ownership, to take responsibility for their lives, to chart and guide their own path. But it seems to me that underlying this is the note, but if you don't feel that you're able to do so, and you still want to cling to us, we will carry out our responsibility towards you. Now I ask myself, what if the roles were changed? What if the UK had found itself in a situation where its head of state was someone from another country? Would this have been tolerable to them? Would it have been tolerable to the British people? And I can tell you categorically from history, both ancient past and not too long ago, that it would not. Brexit tells us that even being part of the European Union had its challenges for them because they felt it affected their sovereignty. So for themselves, they want that total independence. And therefore, those who feel concerned about how they would see us, I am sure that they would want for others what they would want for themselves. The other question I ask myself is, what statement or message are we making when we say that we are uncomfortable with a head of state that is Barbadian, feeling that we've now put ourselves in a place where we are insecure, anything could happen, the whole country could fall apart, oppressors could take us over, and our lives would be over. To feel that way, sir, it can be challenging. So I understand how the previous generations felt about that. It's the same feeling, sir, perhaps that wives have when they agree to get married and they're going to leave their mother and father's house and they're going to go into a home with a person who now feels like a stranger. There's a little feeling of trepidation that can overcome a bride. And she may ask herself several times if she should make the step. But the truth is, sir, when you do make the step, you find that we can make it. We can manage our affairs. We do not need our mother and father to tell us how to run our lives. If we have problems, we will solve it. That's the same thing that we have to say here as Barbadians. Believe me, because to do otherwise is to say that I'm uncertain of myself. I cannot care for myself. To think otherwise, I'm saying that I'm afraid of what is inside of me, and I'm afraid of what is inside of others who look like me. That cannot be. We are saying that somebody else is more righteous than we are, more disciplined, more principled, that their hearts are purer than ours, and they're more generous than we are. By saying that we cannot trust ourselves and that someone else will do a better job of managing us, we are saying that there's someone out there who has a greater commitment to us, to our well-being, than we have to ourselves. And I'm saying 1,000 times, no, there is no right-thinking Barbadian who could ever feel that it is okay to present that image to the world, that we do not trust ourselves to govern ourselves and to take care of our lives and resolve our issues. Now, sir, I am of the view that it is important that we help Barbadians to understand why we have this confidence that we can manage ourselves. There are many Barbadians who feel that having remained with the monarchy as our head of state, that somehow when we are in trouble, they will come and resolve any issues that we create for ourselves. Some of them do not realize that Barbados has been standing on its own since 1966, that we've charted our own course, that the bread we eat is the bread that we earn, that the things we have provided for our citizens have come from the sweat of our brow, and has come from the good governance that we have given ourselves since 1966. Sir, Barbados is known as a middle-income country. We are considered to be above needing overseas development assistance. This is how the European Union and the UK see us. You have managed your affairs so well and have provided such a high level of living for your citizens, your schools, your health care, your infrastructure. All of these things you have done, and you have done well, and we can see that you are doing well on your own. This is what they have acknowledged about us and all that we have achieved in this time. We too must acknowledge that fact ourselves. Do not take for granted the excellent governance that we have had from the time of Sir Grantley Adams, coming down, sir, to Errol Barrow, coming down to Tom Adams, coming all the way through to Bernard St. John, Owen Arthur, Mia Motley. Sir, we have been able to build a country and to do what is necessary, because as a people, sorry,
to be addressing thereby their respective correct titles. So
right,
that,
the honorable.
yes, so that you
Thank
can
you for
raise
the
your Tom
correction.
Adams and Owen
The
Arthur,
honorable,
etc.
and we would want to do that, sir, because we need to respect our own. So the Honorable Grantley Adams, the Honorable Tom Adams, the Honorable Owen Arthur, the Honorable Bernard St. John, the Honorable Mia Motley. We have chosen persons who have been able to lead this country well. And that is all that Barbadians need to consider. To investigate and understand what is going on around them internationally and how it will affect them. To understand what is happening domestically. And to be able to make a good judgment as to who is capable of giving us the governance that will continue this country on its trajectory of growth and prosperity. Who is competent in the time of challenge to pull us out from where we are? That is all Barbadians have to consider. Because as long as we give ourselves the gift of good governance, we will be safe in our lands, we will be secure, and we will have prosperity and opportunities for the future. And this is what COVID has been trying to snatch from us. And with the help of God, this government and this country will find a way to move forward, to be able to restore to people the opportunities that they need to be able to take care of their lives. Sir, this country has distinguished itself for a number of things. And it has been driven not just by people in governance, but by ordinary citizens who applied themselves to the spirit of excellence and have served in many ways to bring credit to this nation wherever they have gone. And the Honourable Member for St. Joseph shared that this morning, who are some of those people who have done that. But we are right now beginning to distinguish ourselves in the area of speaking up and making representation on environment and climate change. We are making a name for ourselves in our management of our COVID situation. We are creating new heroes who are serving this country day and night to help us manage this COVID scourge. So this is not a time to be doubting ourselves, but to know that what we are stepping forward to do is not a whim, it is not rebellion, but it comes from our sober judgment of examining our capabilities and our confidence in ourselves and who we are as a people, that we can and we are competent to manage our own future. So let us not give way to some of the little foxes that are trying to destroy our grapes. Let us not give way to indiscipline and irresponsibility, but let us continue to channel ourselves in a way that we can move forward. I want to say to citizens, we are asking you to join us in civic responsibility. Join us in this moment of declaring a Barbadian a head of state. But that is only one small part of this journey. We're asking them to join us in looking at our Constitution and look at the changes that are necessary to make it more suitable for the Barbadian of this 21st century. And we're asking them to engage the process of discussion. We're asking them to help hold accountable those who govern, to have the courage to execute judgment when it's called for, to pay attention to our national affairs. And most of all, going forward, they need to be committed to contributing to our national life. In this, our selection of our first Barbadian head of state, sir, I congratulate the government on choosing a method that allows us to make this first step with dignity and to give it the ceremony which it deserves, so that it becomes a celebration of our heritage, a celebration of our human qualities, and a celebration of the Barbadian capacity. Let us not be taken in by arguments from those who sail in on a whim, the carpetbaggers who come wanting to turn the process into a contest to bring us into political wrangling and creating a circus of this transition. We don't choose to go down that road. That is not the Barbadian way. I prefer this very dignified way of making our transition. 55 years ago, when we were first becoming independent, sir, we debated this question. 20 years ago, we were still debating this very question. In 2021, do we really need to ask this question again? Well, here's my question to Barbados. If not now, when? If not here, where? And if not this generation, then who? I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice to this particular debate. And I'm very passionate about it, sir, because I don't think there's anyone else in here who has the unfortunate thing of being born in England but myself. So it's unfortunate. And I can't make any excuses for my parents' behavior. That is their business. But I can only speak from my standpoint. Sir, it pains me, and I really want to be very serious now. It pains me when I hear Barbadians talking in a way that suggests that they do not have the confidence in themselves to manage their own affairs, to be self-determined, to chart their own course, to believe in their own abilities. A people who, against all odds, and when I say a people, I'm not only speaking about Barbadians of African descent, I'm talking about Barbadians across the board. White, Indian, Asians, you name it. Against all odds, continue to live in what really is. If you look at what is happening across the world and you compare it to number of places, a virtual paradise, even with its problems. A place when you look at it, you ask yourself, how can so many different people from different cultures, different religions, different ideologies, you never ever once had any sort of a civil war, any bloodshed, any problems of this sort. In other parts of the world, people can't even get up in the morning to go to school without killing one another just based on the mere fact that they have a different ideology. And you take these things for granted. But the time has come when we as Barbadians must get serious about things like this. And it cannot be that we're just yapping because it might be politically expedient at this particular time to try to make a nudge at something, to suggest that you can't walk and chew gum at the same time, so that you're having problems with the economy, so nothing else matters. The only thing that matters now is how we're going to make money, where money going to come from, where we can do this and do the next. These things matter. And they don't only matter for this present generation, they have ramifications for those coming and for those yet to come. And it is important that the people who grace this room stand united and steadfast in ensuring that on this occasion we get this done. One of the biggest shames that people do not like to talk about because they don't want to make anybody feel as if, well, they failed, was the failure of our past leaders to have a federation. Let me get real. It is a monumental shame and a stain. But everybody wants to keep mouth shut because nobody wants to be offensive. But if we couldn't get that done, and the same people that you're talking about all the time come years after us and form something called the European Union. And the same Britain, as already mentioned, but I got to double up on it. The same Britain was a part of it and came up with something called Brexit. But why would you want to leave? Because you want to be able to be self-determined, to do your own things. And if you watch British TV as much as I do still, there's a movie called Britannia. And they're very good to show you how they got away from the Roman Empire. So if it is good for you to get away from the Roman Empire, you fight Germany because you didn't want to become German, as you tried to tell me in World Wars I and II. You get away from Rome, and now I want to get away from you. I am the bad guy. But what you think about it? A man get up in Parliament in England and said that Barbados, man, only they getting tired with the Chinese putting pressure on them to become a republic. But what madness are you be hearing at all? And nobody challenged him on it at all. But these are the same people, Mr. Speaker, who in the British Parliament signed off on reparations for themselves of loss of property, the abolition of slavery. Now, if that is not a criminal act, I don't know what one is. Because the very people that you exploit for years, kill indiscriminately, starve them, rape them, you do all kinds of things with them. But when the time came for them to be set free, in inverted commas, you decide in your parliament, the same parliament that is the colonizers' parliament that I stand up in here today, in the same parliament, you decided that you got to get paid for loss of property. And the black people like me so now fighting for reparations in 2021. But my Lord, man. Good God, man. Mr. Speaker, but sometimes I wonder if people in Barbados really understand what it is that they have suffered at the hands of the British and their policies and the way that they view us as human beings or less than human beings, whichever one it is. And you still want me, a sensible man, to hang on to the British coattails? And you would like me to come in here and be nice about it? But something, you definitely don't know joking. You can't be serious. I have, in my artistic life, I remember I sang a song once called, "Come Let Me Break Away from the Broken Trident." I sang a song called Family Ties. The mighty Gabby has graced us with songs like West Indian Politicians. Red Plastic Bag says, "Home drums beat first." You got all of these songs that have been sung, books have been written by our authors, poetry has been done, speaking to this very issue of complete separation from all things colonial. And yet it seems as if for all of these years, there are still some sections of the society who are coming up with all kinds of reasons why this cannot happen, should not happen. But you know, Mr. Speaker, all of that comes out of fear. The fear of the unknown. The fear of you having no confidence in yourself. But rather than come out and say, "I am afraid because I don't know what will happen if I don't have that coattail to hold on to any long," they will come up with all kinds of things. They will come and tell you, "Oh, when you go back to the Constitution, you look in the Constitution, you cannot do this." But who made that Constitution? We're just seeing people that you're saying that you want to get away from. But you're going back to a document that they hand you to tell you, no, that you cannot make a decision to separate yourself from that without following these particular rules. No, let me get real. Let me get real. I think somebody made the point here earlier that other parts of the world, people fought, bloody wars, killed one another, do all kinds of things, and then change constitutions. We are not seeking to do that. But so in my mind, and you must forgive me because I hear people talk all the time, artists is thinking this hairy-fairy wild way and all these kind of things, so forgive me. But what are you want me to accept that a paper written by people who do not have or did not have my best interest at heart, that I must live my life now in 2021 based on that, and I do not have the ability to go forward and do what I have to do in order to make myself more self-reliant, so that when I speak to the rest of the world, I speak from a position of Barbadianness. When we take decisions as to who our friends will be or who we do business with, it is based on our own reality and our own expectations. What could be the problem with that? You're saying that a piece of paper can stop you or be the problem to stop you from making a simple move like that, which will permeate from one generation to the next, knowing full well that you've given people their dignity, you give them their confidence, you have given them a self-worth, value. I find it hard, Mr. Speaker, I will not fool you. I find it real hard to understand how people don't get it. And I go back to my earlier point This is not just a conversation about race. It's not a conversation about race. This is a conversation about sovereignty of a people, and that people is made up of all different races, ethnic groups, whatever term you want to use. But we are Barbadians, and I want people to understand that. And it goes way beyond politics. A person who is a DLP is still a Barbadian. A person who with the Breadfruit Party, I can't remember what name, but anyway, you belong to that, you are still a Barbadian. Barbados Labour Party, you are still a Barbadian. There has to be a time when the conversations go past all of these little boundaries and people begin to see the bigger picture. And I've listened very carefully to a lot of people saying, you know, we want a Barbadian to be the head of the state and all these things. And fine, I agree. But there's some deeper psychological problems that our people have. That when we make the transition, we're gonna have to put things in place to deal with them, because nobody has dealt with them since the abolition of slavery. And if we don't deal with them, we're gonna find ourselves later on with the same types of problems coming back at us all the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time that I've had to put in my 2 cents worth, so to speak. But I want Barbadians, whenever you think, whenever you open your mouth, whenever you gotta say anything on anything, speak on it as a Barbadian first, not a follower of others. Thank you.
Honorable St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being cognizant of the time, I rise to offer my contribution to this very historic debate, because to my mind, it will certainly be remiss of me if I didn't use this opportunity to speak in one voice with the government of which I am a part, but equally on the behalf of those people from St. Philip South who themselves would have relished the opportunity to participate in a similar debate were they here in this parliament other than me. And so therefore, being cognizant of the fact that they have reposed their trust and confidence in me, I deem it necessary for me to take them through this historic moment in time. Mr. Speaker, sir, I refer to it as a historic moment because in 1966, when we became independent, we became a nation free to make our own decisions, Mr. Speaker, but equally giving birth to a new Barbados, which was removing the shackles of its colonial masters and charting its own destiny. Mr. Speaker, I find it a little difficult to understand how you give birth but still keep the umbilical cord attached. And therefore, after 55 years, sir, how much longer can you ask us to hold the umbilical cord of a nation that said to us, go your way in peace? Because essentially that is the message that was sent by the colonial masters when they said to all the colonies in the region, you are free to take your independence. The fact that we allowed pressure at the time to keep the umbilical cord attached was just part of what transpired throughout the many years after. So that 55 years later, we are standing in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, sir, to carry on a 21st century conversation that belongs to a 17th century construct. And that, to my mind, speaks volumes about who we are and where we really, really need to anchor this conversation. I find it difficult, Mr. Speaker, to be held back by constitution arguments, to be held back by law, when I know for a fact that in history, and we can cite a number of cases where you look at first world countries, Mr. Speaker, who have determined that they wanted to chart their own destiny. Sir, they didn't do so by law at first. The American Revolution, for example, took place before the Constitution was revised. And so, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that the United States, the great democracy of the world, when they had determined that they were not satisfied with British rule, even going to the Boston Tea Party, sir, where they had determined that taxation without representation was not the way to go. And therefore, they were inspired enough, sir, to take decisions in their own interests without going to law. So the fact that we as a people would want to come to a parliament in a 21st century construct, where you have to be bold because you're managing a COVID pandemic, bold because you had to manage an ashfall from a volcano, bold because you had to manage the disaster from Hurricane Elsa, bold because, Mr. Speaker, sir, we came to a government at a time when the economy was on the brink. And I have to contextualize this way so that I can give those Barbadians a clear understanding of where we are and where we need to get to. And so therefore, within that construct, sir, I hold a very solid posture, not only inside, sir, that we as a people need to close the gap. And we cannot continue, sir, with the umbilical cord of the colonial masters when they have already told us to take our independence since 1966. Sir, republic in Latin says res publicia, or publicia. Publicia. It means public thing, public matter, public affair. Public, 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 not monarchy. So that if it is public, then my understanding of public is that you're referring to people, a government selected by the people, for the people, by the people. And therefore, I cannot understand why it is that anyone would even seek, whether right or wrong, to put obstacles in the way of progress, where we are trying to do that which is right, to remove the umbilical cord from our colonial masters. Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of things that certainly make me proud about this moment. One is in the nominee, who is from the soil of St. Philip. And St. Philip, Mr. Speaker, sir, you would know, going back to the days of General Bussa, St. Philip has always led the way. And that is the reason why we have carried the name for a long time as a republic. So I suppose going in to this republic, there's a lot to draw from the people of St. Philip. And reality of it is that we were not called republic simply because somebody just wanted to toss a name at us. But we have solid family structures, and the nominee is from one. And we also have a construct in St. Philip where we all operate as one family. Touch one, touch all. That is what the republic in St. Philip is all about. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, Barbados is now transitioning to what I personally have experienced in St. Philip. And I'm glad to know that we have leadership in this country now that can make such a bold decision even against severe opposition. Now, I have heard all the talk. I've heard it talk about there has not been enough consultation. But in a throne speech, it was announced that we were going to republic this year for independence. Sir, what is significant about independence? November the 30th, 1966, we celebrated Barbados' independence. We gave birth to a new nation. If we are going to cut the umbilical cord, what is the most suitable date? Must be the day of the birth. And so therefore, I have absolutely no problems with cutting the umbilical cord on the day of the birth. That is my position. And I've heard all the talk about other days that you can examine. Sir, there's a process to giving birth. So if you tell me July 26th, I understand you. That's part of the process. Sir, there's a process through which a woman is impregnated and a child is born. And so all of those other things you want to tell me, fine. But the day of the birth is the day you cut the umbilical cord. And that is significant for me. But Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Barbadians that we are constantly consumed by the notion that if you remove Her Majesty this and Her Majesty that, you're offensive. And that you cannot remove the Royal Barbados from the police force. And that you can't remove Her Majesty from the prison. I am dumbfounded when every single year, particularly around independence, and I as a boy stood up, holding hands, singing a song, let's join hands and show we love Barbados. And up came something called a national pledge. Written, sir, by a Barbadian scholar, Lester Vaughan. And Mr. Speaker, what is it that we say? I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by my living, to do credit to my nation wherever I go. Where did it say the Queen? Where did it say the monarchy? Where did it say anything about royalty? I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag. All right. That's all I know. That's all I want to know. And that is where this conversation must be anchored, because we cannot extol the virtues of Lester Vaughan and his good work and then turn around and tell me that we must be held up by constitutional law simply because we want to block it. It's not the way you want it done, so it can't be done. It doesn't make sense if I agree with you because you don't get the politics out of it, sir. The same people who said they would do it, but didn't have the boldness and the tenacity to step forward and say, let it happen. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I can do nothing other than join this debate and part of this historic moment in Barbados where a parliament for the first time has detached itself completely from colonial rule, colonial masters, from the monarchy, and give Barbados a fair chance to say, this is our parliament. That is what this is saying also. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader will no longer be Her Majesty's opposition leader. That is significant. And therefore, if I am to cite in reality where we have to go with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to say a couple of things in closing because I recognize the hour. And it's not often for you to tell me to land, but I don't want you to tonight. So I will cite a couple of things. I always encourage Barbadians to read. And the reason why I do so is because I like people to be informed. Thomas Paine, in leading up to the Republic of the United States of America, wrote a book, well, a pamphlet called Common Sense. And in that, he made it very clear. Point number one about governments. And what did it say? It said that the government is to provide its citizens with security from the vices that are inherent in all human beings. So the vices that are inherent in the politics of this discussion, sir, are wrong. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage people to read Common Sense by Thomas Paine so that they can understand that the great United States of America, which all of them line up, go through hassles to get visas, do some all kind of things to get foot on that land, do it willingly. I am pleading with Barbadians and with the people of the good parish of St. Philip, particularly St. Philip South, to join us on this journey in support of Barbados becoming a republic. But equally, I want to remind all Barbadians, particularly those in St. Philip South, to go out and get the jab so that you can protect yourselves and protect your family. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You should have remembered St. Philip North, considering that the nominee of which we speak today is indeed from St. Philip North. And I am boasting the fact that I am the only member of Parliament here that can say that. And I congratulate Her Excellency Dame Sandra Mason on this nomination. I think she's probably the most fitting person I can think of to take that position right now. But before I begin fully, I'm hearing conversations about the people of the nation are uneasy with the Republic. Let me just say that it might be more a case of people being uneasy because they are unaware. People usually are uncomfortable with what they do not know. And this is why I was happy to hear the Prime Minister and other members in here speak about the education that will follow after the Republic is formed. I myself was asked from a prominent Barbadian, I'm almost ashamed to say that I really did not quite know the answer on the definition of a republic. I looked it up like everybody else, Google it. Google is famous for everything, the doctor, the lawyer, everything. And it read, a state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. And I use this as a frame for the rest of my speech. I know the time is short, and I, of all people in here, should be wary of the protocols for COVID, so I will try to make it as brief as I can. I want to say that although the Republic is upon us in terms of making it official, I think Barbados has been a republic off the books for probably since 1966. And in essence, this is just the icing on a cake that was already baked and prepared when the Right Honourable Sir Errol Walton Barrow when he instituted the whole process of independence leading up to this moment right now. And Dame Sandra Mason can only inspire the girls and boys of the nation to try to reach the heights for which they want. In other words, it might not necessarily be the leader of the country to hold the highest office, but to aspire to the highest heights that they can reach for any profession or skill they so desire within the legal framework, of course, of the country. This matter, and it was noted previously that it was agreed to by successive governments over the last few years. So I don't see it as a problem for anybody. The leader, honorable member for the leader of the opposition also agreed, and I believe every member in here would agree unanimously to the nomination. But I want to note, and I want the population to note, that because we are formally republic as of November the 30th. We must be wary that on the 1st of December of this year that things will not magically change immediately for the better. There will still be issues with societal problems, political problems, economic circumstances, and I know the government, through the cabinet and through the ministries, are working hard, and they are making strides in terms of getting the country back to where it was and even beyond where it was. And there's work to be done, but the government needs help. I want to speak a bit on COVID. Since we are becoming this independent nation, we need to work hard at it. I am normally quiet on the issue of COVID for my own reasons, but tonight will give me the opportunity to speak on it, especially as I've seen the numbers have risen to 217 positive cases as of yesterday with 1 death. Mr. Speaker, we need to start taking this thing a little more seriously. I heard the Prime Minister say that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and this is one time I will disagree with the Prime Minister when it comes to COVID. This is a little faster. It needs to be a little faster than a marathon. We need to get these numbers down and under control, which would mean getting tourism back, which would mean getting unemployment figures down, which would mean that these children can get back into school and education will be in progress more so than ever. This would mean that the health system will no longer be overwhelmed, and I believe it's bordering on being overwhelmed. But Barbadians continue to take the issue lightly. We continue to wrestle with the Winstons, much like the Karens in the States. We have the Winstons in Barbados that see it fit to spread the misinformation about COVID, that see it fit to undermine the efforts of the Ministry of Health and the Ministries of Tourism and basically the frontline medical staff and other staff, including myself, who have spent sleepless nights and days trying to convince people to have the vaccination. I face it every day in my office. Every day I need to worry about going home and giving it to my family. My father is 91 years old. He would be dead if he gets COVID. Luckily, he's been vaccinated, so obviously his chances are less. But we have to bear in mind as a country, this is not a personal responsibility now. It involves the entire nation, where we need to be unselfish in protecting those who cannot be vaccinated for health, either medical reasons, and protecting the babies that are under 12 years old that have no other choice but to wait until the vaccine could get here to come to them. I am basically sick to my stomach of the misinformation I am seeing on social media, whether it be Facebook, whether it be this WhatsApp messages, whether it be Instagram and all the others that I'm not a party of. It makes us sick. I go out there every day. I argue why you should get the vaccine. I met a 13-year-old boy 2 weeks ago. The mom brought him into my office, terrified of the vaccine. I hate the word jab, so I use vaccine. Terrified of the vaccine because his dad, who does not live with him, told him if he got the vaccine, he would be dead in 2 years. I don't know how on earth he could possibly know in 2 years he'd be dead. We haven't reached that milestone as yet. But that took half hour of my time convincing this young man, and his mother was already convincing this young man about the pros versus the cons of having the jab. This is something that I never thought my country would come to. I never thought when COVID hit that I would be standing up here begging people to take the vaccine, begging people to take the protocols seriously, begging people on the eve of becoming a republic, where we become independent, to do what is right to protect our nation. Medical staff have no right putting up with the physical attacks from patients and visitors to the hospital. I mean, this is nothing new to us, those of us who worked in the hospital. It has happened. But now with the COVID, it seems to be happening more. If I were at the hospital, I don't know what I would do. I don't know how I would put up with it. I don't know what laws could be put in place. I mean, abuse is abuse regardless of how you put it. But this needs to stop. I don't think the average member of the public can, and I don't say sympathize, can empathize about what doctors and nurses and frontline staff have to go through on a daily basis. I am dealing with mental illness right now, depression throughout children, adults, Children can't see the friends operating on a screen. These are the kind of things that I'm facing every day. And then an area that is dear to me and the Honorable Member for St. Thomas. You have people working in the newly formed elder care program that have refused to have the vaccine. I know the Honorable Member for St. George North spoke about businesses not putting down their foot with respect to having the employees take vaccines, but I think personally the time has come that some businesses need to be able to say this, to be able to say you cannot look after these old people without having the vaccine unless you get tested every week to every 2 weeks at your own expense. I am willing and prepared to take the beating for that. But I think we have come to the point where we need to do that. I have patients coming in and telling me, one in particular, that it is the mark of the devil. Mr. Speaker, the devil does not need a mark to find you. I don't know where the logic for this thing comes from, but we have to deal with COVID. I know the Minister of Health is working like he probably has never worked before to get this thing under control. The doctors and nurses are ready to lend a hand. I gave of service in whatever little way I could the other day at one of the, what I call the pop-up clinics. We need to all come together to fight this thing. With this republic, and I'm reading now, in this, the Honorable Prime Minister actually said that the transition to republic seeks to change the oath of allegiance from the crown to us Barbadians. But we cannot truly do this unless we begin to respect the rights of women, to respect that women deserve as much as men do, that women are able to perform any job that any man can do. I know women that are carpenters and masons and joiners, and they can do any job we can do. We need to start to respect that, where it comes to employment and where it comes to promotion. We need to respect that. We need to respect as parents, as men, that children need to be supported both financially and emotionally from fathers. But by the same token, and I'm expecting to hear this if I don't add this part, by the same token, men need to be respected as well from these mothers who withhold visitation rights to children in lieu of not paying child support. We need to respect women. A woman should be able to walk anywhere in this island, through any track, through any cart road, without risking, regardless of what she's wearing, without risking being raped. We have what is termed the sex worker. I'm not sure if we have why we term it that, but we have the sex worker. Should they have a right as anybody else to live? I don't agree with the word part, but to live and not live in fear of being assaulted and murdered in this country. We cannot be a successful republic if we don't address some of these things. We have children to think about in forming this republic. It will not change overnight. I already said that. From the 1st of December, I don't expect these things to change immediately. But the thoughts have to be our children. We will not be true guardians of our heritage if we do not take children into account and ensure that they are protected in every single way. They need to be protected when it comes to education, and I know the Ministry of Education is working hard to see that every child has a device to do the online, but we have to work harder to see that they can get back into school, and this cannot happen unless the vaccination is on board. The Prime Minister says that we are over 50% if you exclude the children that can't have the vaccine. While that is all well and good, we need to reach 80% of the total population to say that we have a possibility of herd immunity. So rather than saying we've reached over 50% of the adult population, well, over 12 populations in terms of vaccination, we need to reach 80% for herd immunity. For the entire population, we have to protect our children. We're in the process of making, I understand, education fit for purpose that will be all-inclusive for every child in Barbados, which means that the child without the academic ability but that are good with their hands and have skills will be elevated just as high as a child that is good in math and English and science, which means that the child who is an athlete and the child who is good in the arts has equal opportunity for scholarship and funding to expand their horizons. Right now, I have been fighting without success. So if any member of the private sector is hearing me within earshot, I'm ready to take the help. A child who has been accepted, young adult, into University of New York to do the performing arts cannot get funding. And we have a student loan that is willing to donate for charity. Something a little wrong about that. We need to promote these things. If a child wants to be a fisherman, I had a little boy that wanted to be a fisherman from the time he could speak, and that is what he's doing now. We need to put things in place to educate the ones that want to do something different. Support them, make them feel that what they do counts. And I'm sure the Honorable Member for St. Michael's South Central is working on that area too. I met a lady today. We have to probably have a look at that. That was one of the unfortunate students who had to pay for tuition when the last administration put a stop to free education, for tertiary free education. And she's battling without a job, well qualified, battling to pay back loans which she had to take out. I think we need to have a look at those people who are struggling. I mean, everybody's struggling now, but we need to have a look at those people who are struggling to pay back student loans and do not have a job. That is important if we're truly to say that tertiary education is free. Our children need protection from abuse. I was the happiest person in this camp to hear that the ministries, the particular department in the Ministry of People, Empowerment and Other Affairs was looking to amalgamate Child Care Board and the other players' welfare, because it is difficult to call if you report a case of abuse of a child, and then that person puts you on to the welfare department, and then that person puts you on to some other place, and then that person asks you if you've called the police, and then it takes months and months, and this child is in danger, and then it takes forever to reach the law courts. Yes, we have put judges in place, and I'm hoping to see that these lists are diminished. We have people that have been raped over 10 years still waiting to be heard. Children that have been abused that are not bothering the parents, are not bothering the case for the length of time. We need to address these issues if we are to call ourselves a republic, Mr. Speaker. We cannot truly say that we're an independent nation when we have to deal with the bank fees. I was at the teller the other day to deposit a check. I was already at the teller doing other business. And there's a charge of $6 on a $20 check. How is the average man supposed to deal with that? Walked outside to the teller this morning. I went before Parliament, and you can no longer extract less than $50 from a teller machine. Are we a republic? The country is hard. Things are hard. A man might just want $20 to pay something. This is ridiculous to ask of a bank that is holding money that you put into it. These things we need to look at. So I'll be short, as I said, to add. We are adding another paragraph really to history's page. There are many things that need to be fixed, many things that need to be worked on, and I know the government is trying, we're trying, but we need the support of the public. And lastly, I look forward to walking to our refurbished Parliament, if I'm so fortunate, hopefully in months to come, and not see the paintings of the British monarchy and the paraphernalia that grace the walls of Parliament. I have been blamed for shutting it down, and I want to see this happen. I want to see, when I look up, I don't see the Queen or the King or whoever they are, because I didn't get a chance to read the pictures. And what?
Isaac King.
I want to see you. That's not a problem. We good. But I want to be able to say, this is my country, and we stand alone, and we stand fighting, And we can do it as the honorable member for St. James South. We can do it. We just need to have the confidence, and that comes with education of the public. I am not a lawyer. I cannot speak in depth like some of the other members on it, but my head is not empty. Not at all. My head is not empty, and I am grateful that you accept these few words. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the occasions where I stand proudly as the representative for Christchurch East Central, knowing that this particular motion that is before the chamber is simply the right thing to do on behalf of the people of Barbados. Now, sir, on November 30th this year, we will celebrate 55 years of independence. And under normal circumstances, sir, when an individual reaches 55, they start thinking about early retirement and those types of things, sir, with respect to their golden years. What we are seeking to do, sir, is to send a clear signal to Barbadians that this country, reaching this far, we cannot now take that posture as we would normally do in our individual lives, because we now have to prepare a new path, a new course, sir, to ensure that the young people in this country, sir, the young people of this country, that they can see and appreciate all that Barbados truly has to offer. And I don't say so lightly, sir, because I spent most of today, and certainly yesterday, Mr. Speaker, working on ensuring that we can build a bridge, sir, literally with the African continent. And we have welcomed, sir, the president of the African Import Bank, sir, to Barbados. And the reason that we have done so, sir, is quite deliberate, because we want our young people, sir, to be able to understand that the African continent and Africans globally, that we are part, sir, of that story. And to the extent that we want to build bridges and opportunities for investment, enfranchisement, sir, with respect to our young people and the young people across the African continent, sir, that this Barbados Labour Party government, sir, is working to bring that to fruition. And so this is not just an exercise, as some people may argue, with respect to the Constitution. But I say that at 55 years old, sir, we can pass any law in this chamber that gives more rights, sir, to any Barbadian, whether by birth or descent or naturalization, sir, for that matter, to give further rights to any Barbadian. And any suggestion, in my view, sir, because I'm not a lawyer, sir, I'm not a legal scholar of any type, but I'm a Barbadian. And we were all sent here 3.5 years ago, sir, with a very clear mandate to chart a different path for Barbados. And to the extent, sir, that this expansion of rights, sir, this expansion of rights is consistent with respect to claiming our destiny, because you have to be confident in yourself, sir, to be able to take on some of the battles and the challenges that Barbados will face. And retreating, sir, retreating to what people may describe as days of old cannot be the way that Barbados operates, sir, in the 21st century. And so I stand proudly here, sir, in support of this measure, because building a future for Barbados means that we must not rest on our laurels by any stretch of the imagination. And I reiterate, sir, that we have to take the fresh guard, and commit to ourselves what we will stand for, what we will fight for, as we have stated in the Covenant of Hope. And I know that through the consultation, sir, of the Charter of Barbados, that we can come to a reasonable conclusion, sir, in terms of what type of Barbados we want to live in as part of creation of a new national consciousness. But the reason I started on this vein, sir, is quite simple, because a lot of misinformation is going out there, and I have heard people ask all kinds of questions. Some of my constituents and other Barbadians have reached out to me, sir. And the reality is, sir, that if, and I make it abundantly clear, if persons who are retired in Barbados who happen to be working in England, sir, Barbados' transition to a republic does not in any way, sir, affect any pension right, any liability that the British government or any other government, for that matter, may have with respect to the status of Barbados becoming a republic. And there are people out there, sir, who are creating unnecessary fear and circulating nonsense, sir, in relation to the stuff with COVID, sir, that is just confusing people simply because we want to ensure that ordinary Barbadians can, for the first time, state that they can chart a total path with respect to the management of the affairs of their country. And it is important, sir, that Barbadians trust in the credible sources of information that is put out there. And I ask citizens to engage with the government, engage with the stakeholders on this path. Because I believe, sir, that the concept of the consultations with respect to a new constitution is perhaps the most fundamentally important thing that any of us as adults can engage in with respect to the charting of a new path for the future. And so I do so, sir, and support this bill unreservedly, because I was a young university student when the Ford Commission was started. And for me, sir, that is a little over 23 years ago, sir. But the truth is, sir, we take too long to make these decisions and to put things behind us and deal with the things that we need to deal with. And as a young man, sir, I think I'm perhaps the youngest person to speak in this debate. I can say to Barbadians that as young people, we are frustrated with the slow pace of implementation and decision making. And therefore, the extent to which we are here today to make a decision, sir, I can say on behalf of those young people out there, that this, as I've heard other members of the House indicate, this has been a long journey. I heard the member for St. Peter chart clearly the path with respect to which this journey has been on. And I say to the young people of this country that becoming a republic on November 30th, 2021 is not the end of the journey, because we will pass to you a Barbados that is worthy of competing and working and collaborating, sir, with any country in the world. But we must have the confidence to go out there and introduce ourselves proudly as Barbadians. And that is the kind of Barbados that we want our young people to be able to come up in, to believe in, sir, and to take the mantle from the long history of sacrifice, sir, the long history of oppression, and let's turn those chains, sir, those mental chains. Let's forget the things that we're holding on to, sir, with respect to the colonial past, and make a clear determination, sir, that we will support these young people to move Barbados to a higher level. And therefore I say to all in the country, let us come together now and make a clear decision that we will work together as one people to ensure that we equip all of your young people not to feel inferior to anybody or to feel superior to anybody, but that we will work with whoever cares to work with us in this country, Barbados, to ensure that we can create not just a standard of living, but that we can improve the lot and the opportunities for young people, our families, our communities, such that Barbados, sir, the name of Barbados, can be restored, improved, and that we can lead, sir, in the areas where we need to lead. And that, sir, is the kind of Barbados that I want my son to grow up in. That's the kind of Barbados, sir, that I want your children, sir, and your grandchildren, sir, to grow up in, such that as the children, so to speak, of independence, that we can create a legacy, sir, that is worthy of the sacrifice of all of our ancestors. And with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking all honorable members who have participated in this debate, and to say that this has been an opportunity for us to speak on issues that are fundamental to the nation state and the well-being of this country. And as I wrap up the debate, and I shan't be long because I'm aware that the Honorable Minister of Health has to address the country at 8 p.m. tonight, but I want to say that this government has been very clear about certain things since coming to office. And one of them to which we committed was the deepening of our democracy, as well as the recognition that some of the powers that previously would have been exercised one way ought not to be continued in that way. And what am I meaning? Mr. Speaker, prior to my assumption of this office, and indeed upon the assumption of this office, I would have had the power to be able to appoint judges without reference to anyone other than to consult the leader of the opposition. We took a decision that it should not fall within the power of any one person to have that single right, especially as it relates to the functioning of another arm of government. And Mr. Speaker, we passed legislation in this honorable chamber to have a Judicial Advisory Appointments Committee to assist in the appointment of judges and to assist in the appointment of the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, I gave the country the assurance as well that I felt strongly that with respect to the appointment of the head of state, which hitherto once again lies within the exclusive gift of the Prime Minister, that I felt that to have a Prime Minister appoint a person solely, only on consultation with the leader of the opposition, which simply means that you have spoken, not on agreement, was not something that I felt comfortable doing as a child of independence. And that is one of the reasons we are here today, because we also believe that that power can be exercised by the members of this parliament in the upper and lower house, and it is to that we have gone in this legislation. There was concern about whether it should be a special majority or a simple majority. And I must add, and the Honorable Attorney General was present, that for those who felt that eventually a failure of this House to receive an agreement on the first and second time with a special majority, that the government should be able to appoint, or that our president rather, should be able to be appointed on the basis of a simple majority. Mr. Speaker, we have rejected this as a government. And we believe that this country must always be able to find someone who can command the respect and support of all persons, or the majority at the very least, of persons in the Honorable the House of Assembly and the Honorable the Senate. We also agreed that we would not seek to have a vote with respect to both houses together, because if we did that, Mr. Speaker, we would effectively, as we do with the majority that we have in the lower house, command the two-thirds majority simply by having 30 and 20 is 51, and once you can have 34 persons, which would effectively mean the 28, excluding yourself in here, and 6 in the Senate, that we could literally install anybody that we would want to do. Mr. Speaker, this government has chosen not to govern for ourselves, but to govern for the country, for the times, and to ensure that for all through time, that in the same way those who passed the Constitution and structured the Parliament and in the way in which it is, understood that there could be no passage of a constitutional amendment in the Senate without there being the approval of either the opposition senators or some of the independent senators. And Mr. Speaker, this is a principle to which this government remains fundamentally committed, because in spite of the fact that we have commanded the majority of the popular will in an electoral process, we believe that you should, as a government, be forced to work with others in order to be able to bring about fundamental changes in the society. And that is what we've done. As it relates to this, we have said from the very beginning in our manifesto, and we were very clear on the matter of the decriminalization of cannabis, we would go to a referendum. On this, we didn't feel that there was a need to go to a referendum because of a Barbadian being the Barbadian head of state. But what we always committed to is consultation with respect to the Constitution. Now, the leader of the opposition disagrees with us and feels that we're putting the cart before the horse. I regret that he feels that way, but we fundamentally differ because we believe that the first act of the Republic of Barbados must be to settle its own governance arrangements and its constitution. And that should not be an act done before, but that should be the first act governing as we would want to continue. The old people tell us you need to start as you intend to continue. And the message that we are sending then is that once that is completed, the process of having the Barbadian head of state, the process of removing Her Majesty as the monarch, as has been the case since the country was claimed by King James in 1625, that once we do that, our first act must be to decide as a deliberate act how we want to govern and what is the role of governance that should be reflected in our Constitution. Now, I don't expect that there to be unanimity on every single thing, but the truth is that is the perspective that we have brought to this matter. And we feel strongly, Mr. Speaker, that it will make the fundamental difference once Barbadians understand, as we did with the Thorne Commission, that we want people to participate chapter by chapter and break it down into bite-sized chunks so that people can speak to each aspect of it rather than speaking glibly and globally and nobody catching what they're saying. Mr. Speaker, I also accept that there must be continued public education, and I say to the Leader of the Opposition that I hope that he will join us in that effort of ensuring that there is public education for the benefit of all generations, because this is our country and we need to ensure that the level of appreciation and recognition of rights and responsibilities such that we have active citizenship as the hallmark of Barbados and not simply passive citizenship, that we can achieve that if we work together on these things. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't see this as a republic by any other means other than a clear example that this is where we are going and that this is how we want to govern ourselves going forward. I said, and as to the legal issues, lawyers are perhaps like economists. They say, one-handed economists. Bustamante asked for in Jamaica, former Prime Minister of Jamaica asked for a one-handed economist, because he says every time I talk to an economist, they tell me on the one hand and on the other hand. Well, I don't necessarily want to associate the legal profession with that, but I will say this, that the late Jack Dare would tell us all the time that you argue a case once in court. And the truth is that the courts are always open to those who believe that there is a different and better way. But we are satisfied that we have chosen the way that accords not only with legal precedent, but also, Mr. Speaker, with our interpretation of the law and the various. But ironically, when the Leader of the Opposition was reading what he was reading from Guyana, it referred to the adaptations and modifications as necessary. And the Honorable Attorney General can tell you that that in and of itself, that you can repeal a section and hold back and save another section. But that is for another time and another day. Suffice it to say, sir, that why now? We are in the middle of a pandemic. Yes, we've had the worst pandemic in 102 years. We've had the worst ashfall in 119 years. And we've had the worst hurricane in 66 years. But this government stands today to say that that shall not dampen our spirits, nor shall it leave us in the ground. And that there are times when you simply have to be able to pick up and move on. And this is one of the few things that we can do, giving the people the confidence that that which has eluded us thus far does not need to elude us anymore. And that we can, yes, face the challenges that we face, while at the same time settle the arrangements that govern us and ensure that as we go into the 55th year of independence, that we do not carry this. I would have loved if the last government did it in the 50th year. And I'm conscious and sanguine enough to know that in almost every occasion when there has been a momentous moment like this, you do sometimes regrettably get partisan politics playing. I'm happy that the Leader of the Opposition, in spite of his concern about timing, and I want to thank him for it, has agreed to jointly nominate Her Excellency as the President for this Parliament to determine if they are in agreement with our joint nomination. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you can look at a glass as half empty or half full. We will look at it as half full. And we will continue to take the higher road with respect to these matters. We know that there are difficulties in this country. We know that there are things that we have to continue to fix, particularly since COVID put us from an 8.9% unemployment rate in December 2019 to one that went as high as almost 18% at its highest, and that is back down to just over 15%, and we will continue to bring it down, God willing, because we know that there is confidence ultimately in the management of this country and the management of this economy. And how do I know that, Mr. Speaker? As I said earlier, we have a country that, in spite of us inheriting 4 weeks in import cover on the 25th of May, 2018, today has the benefit of 41.4 weeks of import cover, higher than at any other time in the history of this country. And some may say, yes, but you borrowed some. Yes, we did. But every other country in the world today is borrowing or printing money in the middle of a pandemic. Not one country has been excluded from that. Indeed, the advanced economies, there has been about $20 trillion in fiscal and monetary expansion globally. And the advanced economies, the handful of countries, have taken 19 trillion of that 20 trillion. 19 trillion of that 20 trillion. But the difference is that the international community, the international credit rating agencies, and the IMF and others have determined that they have confidence in Barbados and in the manner in which we are managing our affairs. And as if you thought that that might just be because that is the international diplomacy aspect of things, let us look at our bonds. And what is the market showing us? Our bonds yesterday were traded at 101.5. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It's trading above par. It's trading for more than it is worth. Mr. Speaker, this is a country in the middle of an IMF program, in the middle of a pandemic, that has lost 1% of GDP to ash. And this is a country that says, yes, it is rough. Yes, we are fighting the battle of our times, but you will not keep us down. Mr. Speaker, I say that, and I thank all honorable members, and I ask us simply, the confidence that is necessary to continue on this road, to bring our country back, and to build forward better, starts first and foremost in the acceptance that we are equal to all and that there is no one superior to us in this world. It starts in the realization that a person cannot be our head of state simply because of circumstances of birth or circumstances of conquest for 396 years. Mr. Speaker, that was the kind of nonsense, and I leave this, and I'm not even going to read the whole thing, but I make it a document of the House, because we have to understand what went in to the attitude that led to colonization from the 17th century to right into the 20th and 21st centuries. And the first sentence that drew my attention, today I met with the president of the African Bank, because they have come to the Caribbean and to Barbados in particular, because they believe that what we have said about reclaiming our Atlantic destiny is a matter of moral necessity and historical necessity. And they understand that the only thing that is stopping goods from moving from the Caribbean to Africa and Africa to the Caribbean, or people or information, is us. No one else can stop it. But we have to have the confidence. And at the core of getting that confidence is the ability to say that a woman that was born in St. Philip can rise to be the president of this great country. Indeed, when I spoke, the president of the Africa Exim Bank said to me, surely there is no one who is opposing this. Because it is impossible for us to contemplate that there could be anything wrong about a Barbadian being the Barbadian head of state, or about not referring to the crown as the owner of all lands in this country, or about not having to go to Buckingham Palace to do certain things. We respect Her Majesty the Queen. I believe that she is one of the major iconic leaders of the 20th and early 21st century. But we can respect her without her being our head of state. And that's the fundamental point. And when I say, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that this is a time that has, an idea whose time has come, I mean it. Do you know that the only other Barbadian ever to be a president born in this country, to be a president any part of the world, is the president of Liberia? Was the president of Liberia, one Arthur Berkeley, from 1904 to 1912, the grandson of London Born. London Born is not just the name of the towers there in Bay Street that is housing. And these are the things and the stories that we must tell. And what bothers me, when I commend you to go and watch Journey of an African Nation on Netflix, and see that when they talk about King Jaja, they talk about King Jaja of Apobo, a powerful king that was duped and brought into exile by the British because of his power and his refusal to let them go in further into the Delta. And we talk about King Jaja in a folk song that he was left back alone, because we were treated to the reality that we were not to respect him as a king of his own people, but as a man who was brought here and to be treated as if he was a madman. Mr. Speaker, this is the beginning of changing the wrongs that have literally stifled this nation and constrained this nation from being a great nation. We may not be a large nation, but we can be a great nation. And I say so, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that on behalf of the people of this nation, on behalf of this government, on behalf of those who went before and dreamt of this moment, it gives me the greatest pleasure to ask you, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, which seeks to bring to an end 396 years of a state of affairs where someone not born of this land could be in charge of this land, that we complete the process of independence so ably started by Sir Grantley Adams with the right to vote in 1950 with the Representation of the People Act, and completed so ably by the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, the fathers of democracy and the fathers of independence, that we now, as children of independence, not for any acclaim, because there shall be none, not for any name to be called on Independence Day, because there shall be none. The only things we will continue to celebrate are those that went before, the actions of the father of independence and the father of democracy. And Mr. Speaker, this government acts tonight deliberately, not because we want our name recorded in history, but because history has remained too long in not correcting an unfortunate situation that should never have lasted for 396 years. And if this parliament is the one to bring it to an end, then so shall it be. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it gives me the greatest pride to be able to move this bill be read a second time, and that this ultimately shall be a cornerstone upon which all little boys and girls in this land shall know that they are as equal as any other one of the 7.5 billion people on this earth. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
The questions that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
I beg that this House do now resolve itself into committee.
You have to ask for you to leave the chair, ma'am.
And for you to leave the chair, sir.
The questions that the Speaker do now leave the chair, and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This House is now in committee.
Part 1.
Beg to move that part 1 stand part, sir.
Beg second.
Question is that part 1 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, just for completeness, it was part 1, clauses 1 to 19. Part 2, clauses 20 to 29. We go on.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that in clause in clause 21, which seeks to amend a number of clauses of the Constitution, that clause which refers specifically to 34D1C. I beg to move that instead of reading the motion is adopted by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the Senate and House of Assembly in joint session, that they read instead the motion is adopted by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the membership of each house. I also beg to move an amendment to clause 34D1E, which is again found in that clause. And instead of reading the Senate and the House of Assembly sitting in joint session on the summons of the Speaker, consider the report and by resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the Senate and the House of Assembly in joint session, declare that he shall be removed from office. It would read instead, the Senate and the House of Assembly sitting in each house on the summons of the President of the Senate and the Speaker, consider the report and by resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the membership of each house, the Senate and the House of Assembly in joint session, declare that he shall be removed from office.
That's it?
Sorry, it should be the Senate and the House of Assembly sitting in their respective houses. House.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that part 2 as amended stand part, please.
Beg second that.
Question is that part 2 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
First schedule. First schedule. Okay. First schedule.
Beg that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Be the first schedule.
Be the first schedule to the bill.
Beg second that.
Question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Beg that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill, sir.
Beg second that.
Question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Beg that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
Beg second that.
Question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
I beg that, Madam Chair, that you report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee as amended.
Beg second that.
Just one correction. On the part 2, should have been clauses 20 to 30. Yeah, the chair and beg that.
I said it already, I'll say it again. Yeah.
You seconded.
Beg second.
Question is That I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. As amended, sorry. All honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill as amended in committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg now, Mr. Speaker, that this bill be now read a third time and be cited as the Constitution. Be read a third time.
Beg second that.
Questions that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Beg that this bill be now cited, Mr. Speaker, as the Constitutional Amendment number 2, Act 2021.
Beg second that.
This bill requires a two-thirds majority in order to be passed, so there has to be a vote.
Motley?
Aye.
Lieutenant Colonel Bossett?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Prescott?
Aye.
Mr. Strong?
Aye.
Dr. Duguid?
Aye.
Mr. Sutherland?
Aye.
Miss Moore?
Aye.
Your Honor, Mr. Rowe?
Aye.
Miss Bradshaw? Reverend Atherley? Mr. Weir?
Aye.
Husbands?
Aye.
Mr. Abrams?
Aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Aye.
Dr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Mr. Jordan?
Aye.
Miss Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Toppin? Mr. Earford? Mr. Gooden Edgell? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Humphrey? Mr. Speaker, and I think we have Mr. Simmons online. Mr. Simmons?
Aye. Aye.
He's not online. He's not online.
Aye.
He's there? Yeah. Oh, he's
Aye.
Oh, Mr. Hinton. Results of the division: 25 honorable members voted in favor of the bill, therefore reaching the threshold two-thirds majority of the membership of the House.
The bill has reached the required standard, the required vote as required by the Constitution. Right. Madam Prime Minister, you cannot move that this bill be passed and cited.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I now move that the Constitution Amendment number 2 Bill, number 2 Act be passed and be cited as the Constitution Amendment number 2 Act of 2021.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. This bill is passed and so cited.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the, sorry. You have a message?
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Her Excellency the Governor General.
Message from Her Excellency the Governor General. Her Excellency the Governor General to the Honorable the House of Assembly. Her Excellency the Governor General has the honor to inform the Honorable the House of Assembly of the following. Section 28, subsection 1 of the Emergency Management Act, Cap 160A, states that where the Governor General is satisfied that an emergency has arisen as a result of a person or an animal having a communicable disease or a notifiable disease, the Governor General may by proclamation on the advice of the Prime Minister, after the Prime Minister has consulted or has been advised by the Chief Medical Officer, declare that a public health emergency exists. Her Excellency further has the honor to inform the Honorable the House of Assembly that in accordance with Section 28A, subsection 3 of the said Cap 160A, she has declared a public health emergency. Signed, the Governor General, Government House, Barbados, 20th of September, 2021.
Speaker, revert to papers.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay a statement in the matter of the National Vaccination Fund and Barbados acquisition of vaccines, signed by the Director of Finance, Mr. Ian Carrington, before the Honourable Chamber, as promised. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sit-in. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until the 5th of October at 10 a.m.
Beg a second.
Question is that this Honourable Chairman be adjourned until Tuesday, the 5th day of October at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 5th day of October at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.